Boom. Hey, folks. How's everyone doing? I hope everyone's having a wonderful Monday, if there is indeed such a thing. So we got a whole bunch to talk about. It's an interesting day, but first I'm gonna go on a bit of a rant, and this rant is from a Twitter discussion. There's a whole bunch of Twitter drama with people getting into fights with each other, and I'm not going to get into sort of the specifics of who's fighting who or whatever, because that's kind of an aside. But one of the things that is coming up in this whole discussion is we're seeing a resurgence in the Twitter sort of dialogue of like, how could you defend guilty people? And I'm just going, and how can you defend people who are accused of serious crimes? And I can tell you, I have represented people who have been accused of, and in fact, some of them, not all of them, have been convicted of crimes including SA, CP, aggravated assault, to wit, like assault with a weapon, to wit, chainsaw, aggravated assault, to wit, like dismemberment or disfigurement, attempted murder. I haven't actually done a murder, believe it or not. I have, but attempted murder, the allegation was that my client slit someone's throat from ear to ear. And it's attempted murder at that point because it's like, hey, the person didn't die, but you can be, it's fairly reasonable to think that that might have been an attempt to actually make that happen. Let's see, what else? I have represented people who have convictions for murder. I have represented people. I represented somebody who had a conviction for offenses involving animals in exactly the way you're thinking. You name it. As awful as it is possible to be, I have represented people with those with those either allegations or convictions. And I make no apologies about it. And the reason why is because the system depends on defense lawyers. It absolutely depends on defense lawyers. Because I can tell you, I have represented people who have been charged with very, very serious crimes who turns out they were innocent. And the only way you get to them being innocent is a defense lawyer stands up and goes, is it though? Is it? We have all sorts of situations. And I can tell you, it is really, really easy to get accused of something when you haven't done it. I will tell you a story of a heinous, heinous crime. Here is the heinous, heinous crime. A guy, we'll call him Paul. So he is charged with SA and murder of a child. And what happens is that this young girl goes missing. And this girl is, she goes missing. And then sometime later, they go and they do a search, like they're looking around, they're trying to find her, and they find her body. And she's clearly been SA'd and then murdered. Now, the police very quickly get a suspect because the people in the neighborhood very quickly say, you got to check this guy out. This guy is super weird. And so the police go and they look over at this weird guy, this guy who is, and he is suspicious because when the police interrogate him, he makes a comment that the police go, oh my God, we've got our guy. And The comment is basically, young girls are innocent, but they all grow up to be corrupt. So the police are like, shit, we've got our guy. They go and they start doing some further investigation. They do hair matching, and they find a hair on the deceased, the girl, that matches the guy. They also search his vehicle, and they find hairs there that match the girl. So this guy, the police are like, we've got our guy. We've got our guy, and they run it to trial, and the guy is convicted. He gets a life sentence, and off he goes to jail. And everybody lives happily ever after, right? Well, let's back this up a little bit, because the hair matching was not DNA. The hair matching was hair and fiber analysis. And so the hair and fiber analysis basically means that they take a hair. Let's see, do I have a spare hair here? I don't, but I'm just going to get one. Here we go. So they take a hair and they put it under a microscope and they look at the hair and they go, does this hair look like the hair that we found there? Now you might say, well, that sounds pretty good. Spoiler alert, it does not. The hair and fiber analysis has basically been entirely discredited because it turns out that people can't properly differentiate between hairs by this looks similar. We're just not good at that. So the hair and fiber analysis turns out to not be all that good. And the guy who was accused, who is weird, well, he's probably autistic, right? That's probably what the issue was, is that the guy had, probably had autism. And so he just says weird shit. That's it. So eventually they went, and after hair and fiber analysis had been thoroughly discredited, they went back and they had a look at this case and they said, wait a minute, the investigators just kind of latched onto this guy because they thought he was weird, and there really isn't any actual evidence that connects him to the crime. They were just like, hey, this guy, all he was really doing here is that he was weird and that his neighbors didn't like him. And so anyway, he eventually gets released. And in the intervening time after he gets released, in the intervening time while he's in custody, they get DNA testing going, because DNA testing is now a new technology. And they look at the girl, and they have DNA samples on the girl that could really only have come from the perpetrator. You can do the math as to what kind of DNA samples they got, but they were definitively from the perpetrator. And so they run that DNA, and they're like, we are going to get this guy. We're going to match the DNA to Paul. He's going to be in jail forever. And they run the DNA, and it doesn't match to Paul. Paul is acquitted. Paul is released after he spent a good long time in jail. He spent a very lengthy period in jail, and it became very clear that he was not the person. But now they had a DNA sample, and eventually they do manage to match the DNA sample to a person. They match the DNA sample to a person, and that person was a family friend of the family who had the girl. And some of you would have already figured out which case I'm talking about. Paul is Guy Paul Morin, who is one of Canada's most famous wrongful conviction cases. Guy Paul Morin went to jail for being weird. And ultimately, he was cleared on the basis that DNA showed it wasn't him. 100% was not him. Instead, it was a guy by the name of Hoover. I believe it was Charles Hoover. I'm just going to check here. Calvin Hoover. Calvin Hoover was a family friend of the Jessup family, who was the family of the girl. And Calvin Hoover was dead before they actually managed to figure out who he was. So Guy Paul Morin did, I think it was like a little bit under a decade in jail. Little under a decade in jail. And that was because at the end of the day, they convicted him for being weird, for being suspicious, and yeah. So, and because Guy Paul Morin went to jail for a decade, the actual wrongdoer got away with it. He got to live his entire life secure in the knowledge that at the end of the day, that, you know, he'll never get convicted because there's some other guy in custody. And the thing is, I suspect Guy Paul Morin's lawyer, who I also think did his best in the face of a entirely bullshit prosecution, I suspect that his lawyer probably thought he was guilty, right? And the thing is that is, that is a big thing there. So every time somebody is like, oh, how could you, whatever, it's like, it is actually, it's essential that we have defense lawyers. It is, because some defense lawyer took on his case when he was convicted of one of the most heinous offenses that had ever been alleged, right? It was totally stated as like, this is one of the massively heinous cases out there. And like, even after he got acquitted, there were people out there like threatening to do violence to him. There were people saying, he got away with things, and we're going to track this guy down, and we're going to, we're going to hurt him. And he's 100% innocent. One of the problems, there are several factors that like play into convictions, wrongful convictions. And believe it or not, eyewitness misidentifications is a big one, because eyewitnesses get things wrong all the time. Another huge one is faulty evidence, and especially faulty scientific evidence. Hair and fiber analysis was considered a suitable thing for a long time. It is implicated in a number of different wrongful convictions, including, if you've heard the, dingoes ate my baby case, hair and fiber analysis played a key role in that case as well. Lindy Chamberlain. Bite matching, I see in the chat. Bite matching. Bite matching is, is also very suspect. And here's the other thing. I'm just going to say that there's a bunch of science that we use right now that I think is probably BS and probably ripe to be tossed later on. Tool mark analysis. Tool mark analysis comes down to eyeballing two different things and going, yeah, these look similar. And tool mark analysis includes forensic, like a lot of forensic firearm analysis, right? A lot of forensic firearm analysis comes down to tool mark analysis. And when you see things like the Delphi case where they're willing to say, you know what, we're going to match fired rounds with unfired rounds, that is insane to me. We do not conduct our scientific tests in the way that we should. And what we should be doing is we should be constantly running tests against our forensic analysts in order to disprove them. We should be constantly running tests that are hard in order to challenge the validity of all of this and to challenge all of this. It's insane. Somebody says, Runkle, what's your take on the death penalty? I know it's no longer used in Canada, but I'm curious what you think about it. I'm opposed to the death penalty categorically. I do not believe that the same state I do not believe that the same government that can persistently get my taxes wrong should be allowed to kill people. And I mean, it's one thing when you've got self-defense cases where, say, a police officer shoots somebody because the guy is charging them with a knife. Okay, fine, right? Reasonable. The officer isn't expected to die in the course of duty. Reasonable. But it's a different thing when you've got the guy sitting in a cell and you can just leave him in a cell, right? It's not a self-defense situation. You can leave the person there. You can wait to see it, right? And I have no problem with I have no problem with offering prisoners, if they want to, if they're I don't want to stay in custody, I'd rather not be alive anymore. I'm okay, maybe that should be offered. But I have a real problem with the government going, we're going to kill people. And no matter how guilty somebody is, we should always have some doubt. Guy Paul Morin would have been sentenced to the death penalty if it was available. And there have been wrongful convictions in Canada, because Canada had the death penalty right up until we didn't. There have been wrongful convictions in Canada where people were sentenced to death. And then they didn't get killed because the court said, we cannot execute people. And then it was found that they're innocent. And it's oh, right. So, I mean, if you're against killing innocent people, because you're against murders and so forth, you should also be against the death penalty. And I can also tell you that if I'm sufficiently ethically against the death penalty, that if they brought the death penalty back and I was going to be on a jury and they said, hey, would you be okay with, a death penalty case? I would say, no, I'm not. You should not keep me on this jury. And they'd be like, well, what do you mean? I'm like, well, I mean, if you put the question to me about should this person be executed, the answer will be no. Full stop, ever. And further, I'll go a step further, which is if the question of whether or not he gets executed is not in the jury's hands, and instead the jury only gets to decide guilt or innocence, I will not vote for guilt if the death penalty is on the table. Sorry, I will vote for acquittal. We'll do a jury nullification here. Now, that's my own principles, and telling the court that, because I'd tell the court that, and the court would say, thank you, Mr. Runkle, I understand your ethical position. You will not be on our jury, right? They would absolutely say, you will not be on our jury. 100% that is how that would go. But, yeah, I'm against it. And the other thing is, if I was a prosecutor, let's say I moved to the States, and let's say I was in Texas and I became a prosecutor. So we're imagining a whole lot of unlikely scenarios here. But if they brought me on and they were like, hey, you're going to be a prosecutor, I'd be like, hey, listen, if you're, we want you to bring this death penalty case. I'd be like, listen, I can run the case, but the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take the death penalty off the table. Further, if I was a prosecutor, and even if I was okay with the death penalty, which I'm not, I would also say that I will never negotiate resolutions on the basis of we will take the death penalty off the table if you plead guilty. And the reason why is because I feel like that is a really guaranteed way to get guilty pleas out of people that that maybe didn't do it. Just as I wouldn't like demand somebody's wallet at gunpoint, I also would have a serious problem saying, hey, if you plead guilty, we will take the death penalty off the table, but otherwise we're going to go for the death penalty. Because the person's got a right to a trial, right? And the person's got a right to a hearing. And I would not, like, people always ask defense lawyers, how can you sleep at night? And I always go, listen, how do prosecutors sleep at night? Because if I was a prosecutor and I said, plead guilty and we'll take the death penalty off the table, I would go to my deathbed going, did that person really do it? Or did they just do it because we were going to kill them if they didn't say that they did it? So I have those issues. That's my sort of death penalty thought. Now, I don't exactly sleep well at night anyway because I've got I've got serious back pain and so forth. Double Bend Leather Company. They have the right. I am very curious about the leather company there. Also, I am running behind on something I really should have addressed right away, which is this. Crazy Cat Queen, thank you. Very generous. Mondays are awesome when we have your Monday Fun Day to look forward to. Love us some Elf Law Tube. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Let me, also, I should start a goal. And I think the goal is going to be a lemon-based experiment. And the reason why I say a lemon experiment is that I was like, hey, I'm going to pick up some drinks for the Monday Fun Day. I don't get sauced, but it's nice to have, it's nice to have a little something. And I didn't know what I wanted. Well, actually, I did know what I wanted, but they were out of it. So I ended up buying something as as an experiment that is it's a lemon-based, vodka beverage. Now they call it Jaw Drop, and I'm hoping that this lemon-based thing is sufficiently sour. I'm hoping that it's like a really sour sort of thing, but I have my doubts. But it might just be like a sweet lemonade, and I just don't know. So this will be our experiment there. That'll be our experiment. We'll just have to see because, yeah. All right. Yeah, I mean, the other thing I'll mention is that I have had a number of clients that I thought were guilty, in all sorts of scenarios, and where it turned out at trial that they weren't, like that they just were not guilty. I've had clients that I thought were 100% guilty, and then it turns out before trial that they're not guilty. So here's an example. I had a guy who was picked up, and he had a bunch of stuff that it looked like he was, packaged for sale. And client says it's not drugs. And I'm like, sure, buddy, sure it's not drugs. And then they run tests, and you know what? It wasn't drugs. Or rather, it was drugs, but it was drugs that are legal for him to have. It was just the guy had prescription medication and packaged it separately because That's how he remembers to take it. So, yeah. Have I had clients I thought were innocent who turned out to be 100% guilty? Oh, yes. Oh, yes, that's happened for sure. I've had clients who I was like, oh, yeah, I believe this guy. And then they get up at trial and I'm like, oh, oh, no, nope. It happens, right? You get a guy who, you start seeing all of the evidence and you're like, ooh, yeah, this guy totally did it. So, yeah. Jackie, I saw your email. I've been meaning to respond to it. So Jackie is like, hey, I've got a great coffee cup to send you. I'm just going to tell you, I don't drink coffee. So if you, send me a coffee cup, it's going to sit on a shelf and I probably won't use it. You mentioned that you were thinking of sending them to Lawyer You Know and to Rob. I would suggest probably send them to Rob and Lawyer You Know rather than me, because I don't drink coffee. I occasionally drink tea, and I occasionally drink like chicken soup, mix and stuff like that. So, yeah. Somebody says, as an ADHDer, how? Blasphemy. I will tell you the story of why I don't drink coffee, because the story of why I don't drink coffee is an interesting one. So I do drink a ton of caffeine. I just get it via colas. And the reason why is because so I also had really bad asthma as a kid. The asthma has gotten much, much better over time. I get asthma attacks sometimes when I run. I get asthma attacks sometimes when when there's like a lot of smoke in the air and so forth. I see people saying, save the no coffee story. I'm sorry. We're already past that. Right? We've started. But as a kid, I used to get asthma attacks all the time. And it was actually really bad. Like I'd get sent to the hospital because like my mom would like go to the supermarket and handle a can that had been handled by somebody who had a dog, right? Like that kind of level of allergy. And so, and then she'd come home and do, parenting things. And I would end up getting, getting sick. Travis Martin. I wonder if it's the Travis Martin from my law school. Here to support quality Canadian content. Thank you so much. I am now curious. But yeah, I had asthma really, really badly. And one of the emergency not a lawyer. Okay, so not the not the Travis Martin from my law school. One of the things about, or one of the sort of emergency asthma remedies is that you can use coffee. Now, coffee doesn't work very well. It helps, right? And on a few occasions, it was like the coffee is going to help me get to a hospital so that I don't die, because that was like on the table. My first ever memory is of being in an oxygen tent, right? That is my first ever memory that has stuck with me, is being in an oxygen tent. But here's the thing. In order for the coffee to work, you have to drink a lot of it, like an entire pot of coffee. And because you're drinking a lot of it, it's got to be like lukewarm at best, because you can't like chug hot coffee, right? The other thing is that you also you can't like mix in cream and sugar, because you need to get the maximum amount of coffee into your stomach that you possibly can, right? You need to just like get as much coffee in you as possible, and anything that is like you put in milk or whatever else, you're diluting the coffee, you're getting less coffee. Yeah. So As a kid, when I was not able to breathe, so you're sitting there not able to breathe on several occasions, drinking like just as much cold coffee as you possibly can. And after that, your body just goes, you know what? I don't want to do coffee anymore. Like coffee, just the association in my head is that coffee is associated with bad times. And so every like year or so, I try a coffee and I try to be like, okay, well, coffee, do I still hate coffee? And the answer is yes. I still do not like coffee. I go and I try it and I'm like, yeah. Some people were like, do you use inhalers? Yes, or at least I used to. I have an inhaler somewhere. I don't know where it is. But yeah, I see somebody says, okay, so not coffee. Does this include all hot drinks? Now, it depends on whether you mean hot drinks in the sense of like the Mormon sense, because I drink alcohol, I drink caffeine, I drink all of those things. So I'm not Mormon, so it's not that. I do drink. I kind of like the chicken soup mix. So yeah, it's that is kind of the thing I have most of all. Do you have allergies? Not environmental. I mean for food. Just curious. Yes, except that my allergies have basically gone away because I used to. I did allergy shots for years, and it really, really helped, believe it or not, because it used to be that I couldn't eat a lot of the things that I love. I used to have a bad allergy for shellfish. Like it would make it not like I would have asthma attacks, and then I would have trouble breathing. So I love shellfish. And now I can eat them all the time, and I will absolutely ruin a buckashuck if I go, although it's hard to find a buckashuck now, but yeah. And somebody says, did I already get past the Sasquatch? No, I haven't gotten to the Sasquatch yet. I've been slow. We also have to do this. Canonical Heat for the Pro Bono Fund, and because Ian hates super chats. So thank you so much. Did you ever use the eagle oil for your back? I tried it. I got to try it again. So we're gonna have to make that happen. We're at 6 out of 10 out of the goal. So let's go and talk about something fun. I feel like it's Monday. I feel like we need a thing there. Oh yeah, thoughts on espresso martinis. I like martinis, but I like the classic martini. When I go and get a martini, I get like a gin martini, dirty. Yeah. So that's my go-to martini. And the really annoying thing, by the way, is that they opened up a martini bar where I was at one point. And so I'm like, yes, martini bar. And so I went to this martini bar because I was thinking like I'm going to have like a couple of martinis with like fancy gins I've never tried. And you know what this martini bar did? You know what the absolute crime that this martini bar did was? They didn't have any gin at this martini bar. This martini bar had no gin whatsoever. It was just like a fancy vodka drinks thing. And so they had a whole bunch of like martinis that were all like sweet drinks and no gin whatsoever. And I was like, how? Why? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this to me? And so I went with friends, and because if I hadn't been with friends, I would have left, right? I would have been like, oh, you don't have any actual martinis. I'm out of here. I will go to some like dive bar who can actually do a martini and actually know what a martini is. Yeah, and you might be saying, hey, Runkle, why are you still mad about this? I'm still mad about this. Still mad about this. All right. Let's cover a fun one to start here because I think this is a good one, and somebody sent it to me. I don't know if they want me naming them, but somebody sent me this one, and so I was just like, we are totally going to go over this one because it is fun. All right, so here is the case, and this is from the Supreme Court of British Columbia, and it's Finnbogason versus Norseman. And so this is the case. This is a family law case of Alan Mark Finnbogason and Ella Norseman née Jakubizanova. Okay, so what is going on in this case? Well, it's a family law case, so it is division of matrimonial property. The case begins with, the only remaining questions for me to decide in this family law case are the division of matrimonial property and whether the claimant is entitled to spousal support, which, following the parties' submissions, I intend to address in that order. The claimant is now 57 years old, the respondent a decade or so younger. Okay. The parties began living together in 1999. They married on April 19th, 2000. They separated in August 2020. So they actually had a good run. Like, they had a 20-year run, right? The claimant was born in Canada, the respondent in what used to be known as Czechoslovakia. So I think it's now Czechia. The parties met in the summer of 1999 while the respondent was on vacation, staying with her aunt, Maria Stanek, in Pender Harbor, BC. Pender Harbor, by the way, is beautiful. The claimant was Ms. Stanek's neighbor. The claimant, then in his early 30s, testified that he was on an approximately year-long hiatus from work and did not have money to pay rent. Already the red flags are starting to go up, right? His evidence suggests that there have been reasonably frequent hiatuses of this sort in his adult working life. So he's got these hiatuses from work. So, yeah. He moved in rent-free with the respondent and Ms. Stanek in exchange for helping them with chores around their property. In short order, the parties became engaged and started to plan their wedding. In November 1999, the claimant was helping a friend fix his truck at the Pender Harbor Mill. He was working under the hood and priming the carburetor when his friend turned the key in the ignition. This caused an explosion, and the claimant was badly burned. So he was hurt. He was taken to Vancouver General Hospital and was in a coma for 3 weeks. 32% of his body was burnt in varying degrees, his arms and chest the most severely. The claimant spent a total of 5 weeks in the hospital. He regained the use of his hands within the first year, but they are not as strong as they used to be. The flesh of his arms and hands is permanently damaged and tears easily. So, if you're ever the person in the car for, when they're fixing something, if they don't tell you try the key, don't try the key, because this is really, really bad, right? So while the claimant was in hospital, Ms. Stanek sold her property at Pender Harbor. The parties moved in with the claimant's parents in Port Coquitlam. Within months of leaving the hospital, the claimant negotiated a settlement of his tort lawsuit related to the burn incident for just under $200,000. So he gets $200,000. And what does he do with this $200,000? Well, he spends it very responsibly. He used $100,000 of the settlement funds to set up an illegal marijuana grow operation. He never saw any return on this investment as the operation was shut down by the police before he could get a crop out. All of his equipment was seized and forfeited. He was charged with narcotics offenses, pled guilty, and was handed a conditional sentence of 2 years less a day and a $10,000 fine. Are you seeing any further red flags here? Right? There are some further red flags here. It's entrepreneurial that he's starting up a business here. But, yeah, he's like, I'm going to start up a weed grow. So the party's married as planned on April 19th, 2000. I am just going to say, ladies out there, if you're dating a dude and the dude's aspirations include $100,000 marijuana grow up, maybe date a different dude. This is like not marriage time. And especially, it's especially not marriage time when he's bad at it, right? Like, it's one thing if he's starting a grow up. That's a bad sign. But the other thing is that he's starting a grow up and he sucks at it, right? He's like, I'm going to start a grow up, and he loses $100,000 on drugs. Like, oh, sorry, he loses $110,000 on illegal drug growing. Like, if you've got somebody who's actually losing money growing marijuana, then that is a bad sign. And you might be saying, isn't marijuana legal in Canada? Well, it wasn't in 1999. It wasn't in the year 2000. So at this point, he is growing illegal drugs. And he's actually lucky that he got a conditional sentence of 2 years less a day. He's lucky that that's what he got. And about the only reason he got that is because he was the only reason he got that is because it was weed, right? If he'd been producing like meth, he would have been gone to jail for a good long time. So does him being the claimant mean he's the one asking her for a divorce? I believe that he is the one seeking support. So yeah. The parties married as planned on April 19th, 2000. Their marriage certificate registered on April 28th lists Alan Mark Norseman as the bridegroom. The claimant testified that he and the respondent agreed that their respective surnames were too difficult for English speakers to pronounce. They decided that they would go by the surname Norseman instead. Reasonable, right? Reasonable. The couple discussed this with the justice of the peace at their wedding ceremony, who advised the claimant to write his name on the paperwork as he would when, in due course, he made a formal application to change it. He did not follow through with this. So he failed to actually go through it. Vez, that works for me. I've actually got some stuff in November as well. So, we'll make it work. Like, I want to do a thing. And I see we've hit the goal. So we are going to open and test out this lemon thing. I am nervous because I hope it's going to be good. So, yeah. All right. Oof. That lemon is better in my face and not in my eye. Or, sorry, in the mouth hole, not the eye hole. So, ooh, that is very sweet. That is not what I was looking for. Oh, well, such is life. So, after the parties were married, they lived for a while with the claimant's parents in Port Coquitlam before setting up in a rental house nearby. The respondent went to work with a company called Basic Health in New Westminster, where she stayed from 2000 to 2006 when the company moved to Richmond, BC. By then, the parties had bought a house on Shook Road in Mission, BC. They seemed to be doing a little better. The daily commute to Richmond was too onerous, so the respondent quit her job. After taking a few months off and briefly working at a hotel in Harrison Hot Springs, she was hired at Shoppers Drug Mart, where she remained for 15 years in various positions, including, latterly, as the in-store post office manager. In 2021, she parlayed this role into full-time work with Canada Post. Her annual salary is now around $56,000. So she's doing a little better than, but yeah. The Shook Road house is on a lot that is part of a larger vacation property where the parties are permitted to live full-time because of some sort of grandfathering in the tenure arrangements. The purchase price of the property was $80,000. The parties made a down payment of $5,000, and the rest was funded by a mortgage loan taken out in the respondent's name. The loan was guaranteed by her aunt, Maria Stanek, and the property was registered solely in the name of Eva Norseman. By the way, I suspect that this property is now worth like a ton of money, right? I suspect it's now worth like all the money. So, yeah. The claimant testified that this was done to make life easier for the respondent. Because he was older than her and in compromised health, he felt that she would outlive him and the house would belong to her in the end, whether he was on title or not. The respondent thinks it had mostly to do with his desire to appear asset-free in order to evade child support payments to the mother of his only child, Chantel Naden. So, it's like, we're going to register this in just your name. And yeah, it's probably so that he doesn't have to make any payments. Yeah. And I see somebody who's saying, I saw a question there that I want. Oh, so, shit, that's more than I make now. And I had to go to college and I work in healthcare. Well, first, this is at the end of like a 20-year career. And second of all, this is Canadian dollars, right? Now, ladies, I am going to offer some further dating tips. Further dating tips for the ladies out there. If you are dating a dude, and if you're dating the dude, and the dude is ditching child support payments for a previous lady, you should probably get out of there, because anything he will do to that previous lady, he will happily do to you later if stuff goes wrong. So just, think about that. Think real hard about that. So, yeah. This pleasant young woman testified at trial and told me that she has become friendly with her father as an adult, but her mother was forced to pursue him for years in the provincial court and register with the Family Maintenance Enforcement Program to get any financial help with raising her. So he's been kind of a deadbeat dad. I see. Have we done with Morrissey yet? Not yet. We're going to get to Morrissey. We're doing a fun one as a warm-up, right? Once we've done the fun Sasquatch case, we will do some Morrissey, because the Morrissey stuff is going to be a little more depressing. So, yeah. The claimant testified that he worked a variety of jobs during the parties' relationship. He talked in general terms about his involvement in construction, trucking, retail, and other occupations. I'm just noting that a lot of those occupations seem to be ones where he could get paid cash and so forth. So, yeah. The available documentary evidence of his income starts in 2012. In that year and in 2013, he made just over $60,000 annually working at a company as a pilot car operator. From mid-2014 to 2016, he was self-employed, operating his own pilot car business under the name Norseman Pilot Car. So now he's gone into business for himself. What an entrepreneur, right? And surely that helped turn his fortunes around. No. His reported income in 2014 was $42,784, and in 2015, it was $28,000. I was provided with no proof of income for 2016 or 2017. Since 2018, the claimant says that his sole sources of annual income come from a federal disability pension and provincial social assistance. So, starting his own company went from $60,000 to $48,000 to $28,000 to welfare. Okay, so again with the financial, awesome details. So in January 2016, the claimant had a slip and fall accident on some icy stairs outside a hotel in Sayward, BC. He was in that remote part of Vancouver Island on one of his many expeditions in search of Sasquatch, of whose existence he claims to be certain. So, he gets injured searching for Sasquatch. And it's not even a cool injury. He gets injured falling on a staircase. So, as a result of this mishap, he suffered soft tissue injuries, a fractured left ankle, fractured vertebrae, and an aggravation of his pre-existing ankylosing spondylitis. He has described his ankle pain as being so severe that sometimes he cannot stand up. This extreme sort of pain comes on with strenuous activity, and he told me that he experiences it every couple of months. He also suffers from chronic back pain, which ranges from nagging to acute. I feel you there, right? He applied for and was rejected twice before being granted his federal disability pension in May 2018, which, as I have said, is now supplemented by provincial social assistance payments. His cumulative present-day reported annual income is approximately $15,000. So the claimant's slip and fall tort claim was settled at a mediation in June 2019. The settlement amount was $350,000 all inclusive. The payout to the claimant after legal fees and disbursements was $216,690.29. Now, you might be saying, wait a minute, don't people make millions of dollars with tort claims? Not in Canada. Not in Canada. In Canada, tort claims tend to be substantially less. But so this is actually a pretty big payout. Somebody says, searching for what? Sasquatch. He was searching for Sasquatch. And if you don't know what Sasquatch is a... I feel like everybody knows what Sasquatch is, but if you don't know what Sasquatch is, also known as Bigfoot. So Bigfoot, Sasquatch, sort of reputed to be kind of a sort of ape-ish creature that lives in like the woods. Now, I have a funny story about Sasquatch. Funny story about Sasquatch. So, one of my dad's relatives, one of my dad's friends, who I believe is now passed on, but one of my dad's friends used to work in Hollywood. And he saw a contest. And the contest was $200 prize for best ever, best footage of Sasquatch. So the best video of Sasquatch would get you a $200 prize. And there was nothing in the rules that said it had to be a real video. There was nothing in the rules that said it had to be actually Sasquatch. It just had to be the best Sasquatch video. So he works in, he worked in like Hollywood. He worked in, so he went and looked around, and in the props, they had a monkey suit, like a big gorilla suit. And so what he did is he filled the gorilla suit with cloth to make the gorilla suit like a gorilla dummy. And then he ran wires to make the gorilla suit walk. And he put it out in a forest background, and he made the gorilla suit walk across the screen as he was filming this. And so this guy got this video and he submitted it as part of this contest. And he won. He won the $200, which at the time was actually a fair chunk of money. And then they were like, we want to interview you about the Sasquatch. So we're going to have you over. We're going to do an interview. Before we do the interview, though, we just want some basic details about you. And so, like, what's your age? What's your gender? And what do you do for a living? And so my dad's friend says, well, my age is this. I'm a guy and I work doing Hollywood special effects. And they sent back a thing saying, here's your $200, but we are not doing an interview with you. So they declined to do an interview with this guy about his Sasquatch video because they saw that he works in Hollywood special effects. But they did pay him the money, and they never actually ran the video from the best Sasquatch competition because it was like, oh, this guy clearly faked this, and we didn't say it can't be a fake video, so we got to pay him the $200, but we cannot run this. So yeah, that amused the heck out of me. But anyway, there are people who are like, Sasquatch is definitely real, and this guy is one of them. He wants to go look for Sasquatch. So in November the same year, the parties used $136,000 or $137,000 these funds as a down payment on a residential property at 79 Linwood Road in Campbell River, BC. As with the place on Shook Road, this property was registered solely in the respondent's name and for the same reasons. The claimant said it was just easier, and he was reasonably sure that he would predecease her and she would end up with the property anyway. The claimant wanted to keep the remainder of the settlement funds as fund money and for improvements to the Linwood Road property. Against the respondent's wishes, the parties took out an $80,000 mortgage to cover the remainder of the purchase price. So instead of buying the whole thing, which they had the money to do, they didn't. And that's weird. So the parties separated in around August 2020. The claimant's evidence was that this occurred mostly because the respondent did not want to move to Vancouver Island, as had been his plan for several years. Why does he want to go to Vancouver Island? He wants to go to Vancouver Island for Sasquatch hunting. This is what he wants to go to Vancouver Island because that's where he's doing the Sasquatch hunting, right? The respondent told me that it followed her discovery that over the August 2020 long weekend, and without her knowledge or approval, the claimant and his ex-girlfriend had gone off on a camping trip together on Vancouver Island, once again on a Sasquatch finding excursion. So he says, I want to move to Vancouver Island. She says he was out Sasquatch hunting, and I kind of suspect that it was Sasquatch hunting with like scare quotes. Because, yeah, I mean, you've heard of Hide the Salami? They appear to have been playing Find the Sasquatch. The respondent was extremely upset by this. Yeah, no kidding. I would be upset if, like, my partner was off playing Find the Sasquatch with their ex as well. So before the claimant returned home, she fired off a text to him declaring that their marriage was over, and she never changed her mind. The claimant has been living in the Linwood Road residence ever since. The respondent has remained in Mission at the Shook Road address, where she would like to stay for good. So, rental income. Prior to separation, the residence on Linwood Road was renovated to include a self-contained suite, and the parties arranged for friends of the claimant to rent it for $1,000 per month until sometime in 2021. So, as I've said, the claimant himself moved into the house after his fateful camping weekend. The claimant took on a new renter who now pays $1,400 per month. Okay. And now the last tenant moved out. The claimant did not find a replacement, telling the respondent there was no point in doing so with the trial date fast approaching, after which he reckoned that the property would probably have to be sold. So as it happened, however, an original hearing date was adjourned and the trial ended up being delayed for 2.5 years. The claimant's excuses for failing to get in new tenants were not persuasive. He said that the only person with whom he wished to share a residence was the respondent, and that tenants were noisy and interfered with his privacy. I mean, fair enough, right? That happens. The claimant left it entirely to the respondent to continue paying the Linwood Road mortgage and expenses, as she had done all along, but now without the help of the rental revenue, let alone any contribution from him. What a winner, right? This guy is totally a winner because he's like, I'm going to live in this property and you're going to pay the mortgage and all the other expenses. She struggled to pay all the bills associated with the ownership of 2 residential properties, and she told me that she drained her tax-free savings account to do so. She finally stopped paying the Linwood Road mortgage and taxes in August 2023. The claimant has continued to live on the property without tenants. He has paid none of the bills. In default of mortgage payments, the lending institution, RBC, has initiated foreclosure proceedings. Wow. This guy is this guy's a real prize. And yeah, I see somebody in the chat saying, this guy's on the market, ladies. Yes, ladies, this guy is out there. And think carefully. If you are out there dating and some guy says, my real dream is to find Sasquatch, just run away. So an appraisal was done on the Linwood Road property. Its value is $377,000. The Shook Road property is $320,000, and the mortgage on it was paid off years ago. RBC was granted a consent order declaring the mortgage to be in default, and the amount of money due and owing was $68,331.81, with interest accruing at the rate of 3.19% per annum. The consent order requires the respondent to pay this amount immediately, plus $3,500 related to an overdraft. So the consent order has now been registered against title to the Shook Road property. So they could lose both properties as a result of this guy being a douche. So skipping ahead here. Little bit ahead here. They note, applying that percentage to the various heads of damage, which may or may not have been precisely what was negotiated. So basically the amounts of what was for what. So they say it is possible, therefore, that roughly 89% of the $136,946 down payment came from funds to which the claimant might have asserted a claim of exclusion, i.e. that she wouldn't have any, hope at. But this is not what he did. The money was deposited directly into a bank account in the respondent's sole name with the intention, I find, that it would be used by the parties to pay for their joint expenses and activities. The respondent was always in charge of the family economy. So let's talk a little bit about family law. Let's talk a little bit about how family law works. Because when you get divorced, they will have, and if I hope that, like, my goal is not to ever get divorced. My goal is that one day I will probably die, and I hope to still be married when that happens. That is sort of the goal. I saw a while back people were like making fun of Pierce Brosnan because they're like, look, Pierce Brosnan is with this older woman. And it's like, yeah, you mean the older woman who he's been, who he's been in a relationship with and married to for his entire life. So, that's actually the winning condition, right? They're like, oh, why isn't he with some younger, hotter woman? And it's like, well, because he's winning at life, because he married a really awesome woman and is staying with her, right? That's it. So I was just looking at that on Twitter and I was going like, people are stupid. that is the win condition, right? That is the that is the that is what that's what happily ever after looks like. And yeah. So that's that's kind of the thing there. All right. So carrying on here. What was I saying? Oh, right. Now, the exclusion of property is that, like, let's say that my, like, one of my parents died, right? And, which is going to happen at some point. It is the way it is, right? Unless, unless I die first, which I'm trying not to. So, but let's say one of my parents dies and they leave me some money, right? Which, I don't think there's a whole lot of money, but, let's say they leave me some money. I could theoretically keep that money separate. And then if, like, Mrs. Runkle and I got divorced, which I really don't want to do, that's not the game plan. But if it happened, then if that money was kept separate, then it could be excluded from the divorce, right? Where they say, we're going to keep this money aside so that, it's not part of the divorce, sort of split. I will give an actual practical example. When my grandmother died, which was some time ago, she did leave me some money. It was about, I'm going to get into a little too much of the, personal stuff here, but she left me about $50,000, which was a lot of money, right, for me. And I kept that money in, like, an investment account. It was kept aside. And then later, when Mrs. Runkle and I, we weren't married yet, but we were, we had a situation. I got my, what do you call it? My apartment kept jacking the rent up on us in, like, this insane way. And so we moved out and we were going to try to find a cheaper apartment because they just kept jacking the rent up insanely. And we ended up, like, buying a house. And the money for the down payment for this house came from that, inheritance, right? That was a huge advantage in life, right? It was a tremendous advantage. It was a big, big boost. So we were able to buy this place. Now, financially, like, the advice that people would give is that I should have kept that money separate. Like, don't ever intermix that money, because that money is, like, if I'd kept that money separate, I could have, if we got divorced, I would have been able to say, that's my money and she can't have it. Practically speaking, I have zero regrets about, like, mixing that together with the family assets, because, quite frankly, the, it's worked out really well for us, right? And so, yeah, that decision to use that money for a joint venture where we're both on the title is, it harmed my interests in the sense of she's now got a claim to that money, but practically speaking, it was a great move, right? So that decision basically put that money available in the event of a divorce, right? And I don't, it's not a plan or anything, but yeah. So, yeah. The claimant told me that the respondent was always in charge of the family economy. The claimant told me that he had no interest in such things. He said that he never had his own bank account during the marriage. Within a few months of the mediation, the parties jointly agreed that the settlement funds would be used to purchase the Linwood Road property. The claimant testified in straightforward terms that it was an investment for both of them. It was registered in the respondent's sole name because, once again, it was easier, but also because he loved and trusted her and expected her to spend the rest of his life with her. His evidence was explicit that, as far as he was concerned, the property belonged to both of them and his intention was that it would become hers exclusively when he died. By the way, if you love somebody and you want to spend the rest of your life with them, don't go Sasquatch hunting with other women. It is it's kind of a pro tip. Also, ladies, if you're dating a dude who doesn't have a bank account because his baby mama is trying to get money out of him, then maybe this is not a dude to date. I'm just gonna say. So, the evidence suggests that what was left of the settlement funds after the purchase has long since been spent, and it seems clear that it was used for the same sort of family purposes as all other revenue that flowed into the parties' accounts during their 20 years operating as a single economic unit. There's no evidence to show that any portion of the settlement funds would be retained as the claimant's separate property. I find instead, as did my colleague, that the claimant intended to make a gift of the settlement funds to the general purposes of their joint spousal enterprise. Okay, so basically because of that, they're going to divide the money, but the court does say that they do have to apportion it because they're going to get he's going to get a little bit more of this money because he says the court says it would be unfair to split it down the middle. And that's because they split up only a short time after it was acquired, and the money to buy it came primarily from funds paid to the claimant. So they're going to give him a little bit more of the, of that. So a fair reapportionment would be a 60-40 split in favor of the claimant. This guy gets 60% of that asset, and she gets 40%. So in light of that, the claimant will be entitled to $180,000, the respondent to $120,000. Spousal support. The claimant's demand for spousal support, both past and prospective, is dismissed. They're like, nope, you suck. You get no spousal support. I am not satisfied on all the evidence that he's totally disabled or that he cannot earn income from employment of some kind or other. Why this guy who is like up to scams and shenanigans his whole life is not believed is beyond me. The medical evidence he relies upon to make his case to the contrary is the same that he submitted in support of his federal disability pension over 6 years ago. I have been provided with no current independent medical or other persuasive evidence to suggest he's totally functionally incapacitated or unfit for any type of work. Any type of work, by the way, is a big deal, right? Any type of work, because sometimes you are not you're not able to do some kinds of work. Like this guy probably can't be a bricklayer, but neither can I, right? Sometimes but maybe he could be Walmart greeter. I saw a Walmart greeter in the chat. Maybe he could do all sorts of things, right? So there's all sorts of stuff that maybe he can do. Taxi driver, Uber driver, right? So can he do something? And the court is like, you can do all sorts of things. So for the reasons that follow, I conclude that he will be capable of supporting himself on the terms of financial equality with the respondent, absent any ongoing material assistance from her. I would refer off the top to his testimony about his newfound hobby of buying tractors and fixing them up for resale. The claimant estimates that he's sold 16 or so overhauled tractors since separation, doubling his money each time. None of this income has found its way onto annual tax returns. On the last tractor he sold, he made a profit of $2,500 to $30,000. He testified that he only does this sort of work when he feels physically capable of it, and the last tractor took him 6 months to complete. He insists that, other than this, he cannot work any sort of regular job in any occupation because of his injuries, and the only supplement to his own testimony on this subject, as I have said, is dated medical opinion evidence saying the claimant was disabled back in 2018 and that his deficits would likely affect his capacities to some degree or other into the future. No one, other than the claimant himself, has suggested that he's totally and permanently incapacitated. And as far as I'm concerned, his tractor repair and other activities are proof that he's not. It's like, if you can fix a tractor, you can probably do, like, you can probably, like, fix a lawnmower. You can probably, like, you can probably do, like, all sorts of small engine maintenance and repair, right? Now, the thing is that maybe this guy has, like, one good day a week, right? Like, one day a week that he can actually do some stuff. And so that he does the stuff. But you want to bring some evidence if that's the case, right? You want to bring some evidence if that is, if that is allowed. And yeah. But I note as well that the documentation produced for the claimant's successful appeal of the initial denial of his application for disability benefits was not accompanied by the appeal decision itself. I agree with the respondent that this decision, which the claimant could most certainly have presented in evidence, would necessarily have yielded valuable information about the basis on which the appeal was allowed and whether the claimant's disability was considered to be permanent or merely prolonged. The respondent has argued that the absence of this evidence should lead me to draw an adverse inference against the claimant. So, because he didn't produce this evidence, we should assume that it's bad. She emphasized as well that the claimant has failed to follow medical advice given to him to rehabilitate his injuries and mitigate his losses, and by his own admission, the claimant has not taken therapeutic advice from his family doctor or any other health professional in years. I mean, I get it. I'm bad at following, following doctor's orders as well. So, he's taken none of the physiotherapy, and he declined the surgery recommended by his medical advisors to remediate his injured ankle. He's like, I don't want to get better, right? I don't want to get better. He also claims to have suffered a stroke sometime after he qualified for his disability pension, and that this has negatively affected his cognitive function. But there was no sign of this during his lengthy turn in the witness box, and he conceded in cross-examination that he never sought medical attention for such a thing. He left me to accept his word for it, presumably on the basis of self-diagnosis, but I prefer the evidence of the respondent, who of course was living with him at the time. She said that he complained about a stroke, but she noticed nothing wrong with him. So he says he had a stroke, and apparently there's just no evidence that he actually had a stroke. So when he finally consulted with his family physician months later, an appointment to which he was accompanied by the respondent, all that was recommended apparently was that the claimant should take baby aspirin and exercise twice per week, i.e., the doctor brushed him off. Now, you might be saying, are we done with Sasquatch hunting? We are not done with Sasquatch hunting. I also heard evidence from the claimant and his own witnesses that cast substantial doubt on his claim of total functional incapacity. In addition to his tractor rebuilding activities, the claimant continues to enjoy camping, fishing, hunting, riding quad motorcycles, and exploring remote areas of BC in search of Sasquatch. He's hunting Sasquatch. He's out there, like, and the court is literally like, you're saying you need support because you are completely disabled, and yet you are able to pursue the like, yeah, I just I don't get it at all, right? Like, if you are saying that you are completely so if you ever think, you know what would be a cool job? I want to be a private investigator. Lots of people think private investigator would be a cool job. I totally want to be a PI because they're thinking, like, they're watching like noir films and they're like thinking of, like, private investigators is like sitting there, with a bourbon in one hand and a a cigarette in the other, and going out and investigating crimes and so forth. Well, that is not really what private investigators do. Private investigators don't really do that much at all. What private investigators spend a lot of time doing is one of two things. One, you will probably follow guys around to find out if they are cheating on their wives, and vice versa. Not super awesome, right? But two, and this is probably the bigger one, is you will probably spend a lot of time with, like, this guy says he's totally disabled and wants to claim a whole bunch of insurance. And so your private investigator job is that you just, you watch people. And what are you watching them for? Well, you're watching them to see if they are claiming, that they are totally disabled when they're not. Because what are people really bad at doing? They're really bad at actually following through when they say that they are totally disabled. So what you'll get is a guy who says, listen, I cannot lift my arm above my shoulder, right? And so I can't do work in the warehouse because I can't lift my arm past here, right? And so what do? Well, they put a PI on this person. And what do they catch them doing? They catch them, like, playing basketball and, like, doing layups and, and dunking the basketball. And they're like, oh, right, this guy's full of shit, right? And the stuff that they find people doing is often really funny because, somebody will say, oh, I'm completely unable to claim, to do anything. And then they do all sorts of stuff. So, yeah. If you ever actually, if you're ever actually, injured, make sure you're careful to actually, and here's the problem, is that sometimes people have good days, right? Sometimes people have good days where, and sometimes they do stuff that is like, okay, they drag their garbage out because you got to take the garbage out, right? And I mean, the sad thing is that sometimes you end up, if you're a PI, the other thing is that sometimes you're going to sit there and you're just going to follow a dude around who says he was seriously injured, and you're going to end up just following them around, and they actually are super injured, right? Super injured. It is, right? So the other one is don't be this guy. Don't be this guy, because there was a PI who got into a lot of trouble. And here's the thing that the PI did. So the PI wanted to show that this guy was faking his injuries, right? And the problem is that the dude wasn't leaving his house. He was just staying in the house. And they're like, okay, this is not great. We're not getting any pictures because, why aren't we getting any pictures? And, this guy's just not leaving. So finally, they decide to set up a little sting for the guy who they're investigating. And the sting is that they go and they get this big TV box, like a cardboard box that is like a TV box. And they put it in front of the guy's door such that it's blocking the door. And they fill it full of, like, gravel, so it's really heavy, right? And what they wanted to say is that we weighed this thing. This thing weighs like 75 pounds. Look at this guy. He's able to move a 75-pound object. So here's what happened is that the guy tries to get out of his house and he can't because there's this big box blocking him in. And so he goes and he tries to push the box out of the way. And he can't because it's 75 pounds and he doesn't have the ability to do anything. And then he falls and is further injured. And the PI goes, oh shit, and takes off. The PI goes, oh shit, and drives away because they realize that they've just set this guy up to get hurt. And the guy's neighbor ends up calling like 911, and the guy goes to the hospital. And here's the extra funny part, is that in a lawsuit, you have to disclose everything. And so what ends up getting disclosed is this PI sends all of this stuff to the insurance company, and the insurance company is like, oh, this is really bad. We need to make sure that we don't tell this guy about this, about what we did, about what the PI did. And the lawyer ends up getting a hold of these documents and is like, we have to disclose this. Like, this has got to be disclosed. And so suddenly this guy's settlement goes from like, oh, well, we don't really want to pay you, to like, we are just going to write a huge check. Like, we're going to write a giant check just for like, please do not clown us in court. And so the insurance company ended up writing a giant check. And that PI ended up not working again because that was a very dumb move. So if you are a PI, don't do that. Observe the thing. Don't anything. Yeah, it was pretty much one of these. Just tell us when to stop writing zeros. It's, from what I understand, the insurance company basically was like, okay, we're going to write a check, and we're going to write a check that is so big that we know that you just can't say no. Right? We just know that you are never going to say no to this because this is like a huge check. So, yeah. Now, here's some even better stuff for this case. This case continues to be the case. The Sasquatch case continues to be the case that like just keeps on giving. The claimant testified with some pride that while at high school, he was designated a gifted student, and he made it clear that he rates his own intellectual abilities to be far above average. I have some impressions about his intellectual abilities. I have some impressions about his intellectual abilities, right? I accept that he's no longer suited to work requiring a lot of physical strength or stamina, such as his former employment in construction, but he told me that he's made no effort since 2016 to seek or secure employment in lighter or more sedentary occupations or to retrain for better paying low-impact jobs in keeping with his superior intellect and aptitudes. The court is like, if you're so smart, you can clearly work, right? You can clearly work. So he told me that recently he considered applying for work on the fuel dock of a marina. He abandoned that idea for reasons that he did not explain, but I conclude that he would not have thought of it in the first place unless he felt capable of it. The evidence leads me to conclude that he was right. So I find that the claimant is, in fact, capable of remunerative work in any physically undemanding job that is suited to his high intelligence. And he has an obligation, in my view, long neglected, to get on with becoming maximally self-sufficient. The respondent earns only $56,000 per year. In the modern economy, such a salary does not go far. The claimant bears the onus of establishing that he's entitled to a share of the respondent's modest income on non-compensatory principles, because in my view, there's no other basis for considering it. He has failed to do so. So basically, get off your ass and work, you douchebag, right? So, yeah. What is it? I would repeat that as well as over the last 3 years or so, the claimant could and should have been earning rental income from the Linwood Road Suite, which after all was built for that very purpose. It was fetching $1,400 per month in 2020 when the last tenant departed, and no replacement was sought, and I think it likely that it would be closer to $2,000 by now. He declined to access this income for reasons of his own that, as I've said, I do not find persuasive. He's failed without reasonable excuse to use this asset to maximize revenue, either to maintain the property or to support himself. In my view, he has no right to look to the respondent to make up the difference. So, yeah. That is the story of Sasquatch Hunter and his... The judge is like, sir, get a haircut and get a real job. Now, I see that we are at 3 out of 10 on the... 3 out of 10 on the goals here. I just want to talk a little bit about... so I got a rum here that I kind of... so this rum was given to me at the meetup. It is just rum. It is the Maplewood Rested just rum. And so it is a lovely rum from Just a Distillery Incorporated. And yeah, so it's a rum that sits in a Maplewood cask, which is really kind of an interesting thing there. I'm late to the stream. What case is this? This is the case of Finn Bogason and Norseman. She changes her name to Norseman. He doesn't, because she's able to handle simple tasks. So, yeah. All sorts of fun on that one. It's, this guy who... his apparent life's goal is Sasquatch hunting. And he says, like, I am super injured, but I can still hunt Sasquatches. Like, I'm sorry, if you're super injured, you should not be able to hunt Sasquatches. Like, that is not how this goes. All right. So, let's have a look at Morrissey. And there's a lot of stuff in Morrissey. So we'll try to find everything, but it's difficult because it is 4,102 pages. It is a very lengthy document. And yeah. So let's go and look at some fun parts of it first. And I also want to pull up... got something in my email that I got to pull up here, so let's do that. Michael, it is Michael Morrissey. Now, Michael Morrissey is revealed in these things. Oh, I'm being told I must swoop, and of course, the chat is always right about swoops. So swoop, and then we should do super chats before I get too far behind. All right, and we got some super chats here. Tony P, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Celebrial, thank you so much for joining. Thank you for becoming a member. Mispronounced name. Would the APF dueler be legal in Canada? It's a double-barreled 1911 chambered in 45 ACP. Just so it on slow-mo, guys. It looks very silly, but also neat. Yes, except you can't transfer handguns to people anymore, depending on barrel length. Rainman YKF, great username, make Rainman sad. And then thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. N3 says support Ian. Thank you. Sandy, thank you so much. And where's my bumper for that? Here's the bumper. Thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Joy W., did you see the tool marking analyst, knife markings in the crazy dismemberment case today? Thoughts? I did not see it. I haven't been watching it. But yeah. Never mind, asked and answered. Sorry. Phoenix Paw, I'm only under suspicion of annoying Ian with super chats. Fair. Steve A., everyone deserves a defense. Full stop. You're not wrong. Rainman says, lemon drop? Yeah, these are too sweet. They're too sweet. I was hoping they'd be more like, more less on the sweetness, more on the punchy. But yeah. Launch Twitter out of the solar system. I like interactions on Twitter. There's a bunch of fun discussions I've had, but yeah. Rainman says, just because. Thank you so much. Judy M. Hiya, enjoying you so much, Runkle. Chat rocks. They do indeed. Phoenix Paw, thank you so much. The world wonders. So were they objectively not a they were objectively not a martini bar by definition? They said they were a martini bar, but there's not a single martini. The proper name for a vodka sweet, like whatever cocktail, is a kangaroo, at least in my view. So, yeah. Nancy Druby, my summer drink of choice is vodka with limeade and a splash of sodas. Ooh, that actually sounds pretty good. Calendros, I don't think I have the Traverse stuff. I'm just pulling up my Runkle of the Bailey email address here. What is it? Just doing Traverse. Now I'm checking my spam. Let's see, what do I have in spam? Oh, I've got a guy pretending to be Logitech. I've got people who want me to hire them for thumbnails, which I'm bad at doing. Thumbnail focus. Wow, a lot of people sending me the exact same thing about how they want to be, how they want to do stuff with thumbnails. Oh, here we go. Traverse. It ended up in spam. All right. I have just pulled that out of spam, so I should have that. That looks fairly recent. So, yeah. I'm getting all sorts of emails. I get mostly scam emails and so forth. Some guy who is pretending to be from yeah, some guy who's pretending to be from Arcturix, except that their email or that their address is not the correct, not the correct web address. So yeah. So you guys might be wondering who tries to scam a lawyer. Well, the thing is that lawyers get scam attempts all the time. And one of the things that we get a lot of, so the lawyer scam of attempt is that you get people who are like, hey, I want to hire you to be a lawyer. And you're like, cool. They're like, I need you to write, to sue this other person. I need you to claim money from this other person. And so you take the file on, and then you immediately, the other side immediately settles. And so they write you a check for $80,000 or something. And you're like, oh shit, that was easy. It's never this easy. They just sent me $80,000. So, then you tell your client hey, I got the $80,000. And your client says, I need you to send me that money immediately, if not sooner. And being a dumb lawyer, they say please deduct whatever you have for fees and send us the remainder. So being a dumb lawyer, you send them, the $75,000 with $5,000 for your fees. And then the check bounces. And the bank says, hey, guess who's on the hook for the money? You as the person who cashed the bad check. So the bad check, so you have now sent good money on to the scammer who keeps it and you're out $80,000. So that is something that they try on lawyers all the time. And I have the advantage of I don't do civil law. So when somebody's like, hey, I want you to like file a lawsuit on my behalf, I'm like, sir, this is a Wendy's. This is not a thing. But now doing YouTube, I get this other scam. And the scam is a YouTube specific scam. And here's how the scam goes. They go, hey, I love your content. I would like to, we are like, and they often pretend to be like some big company. So it's like, we are Coca-Cola and we want to partner with you. And the email address is like, Coca-Cola influencer marketing at like, free email thing .cz. I don't know why it's always .cz, but a lot of it is .cz. Sorry, Czech Republic, but a lot of it comes from .cz. So they're like, hey, we want to sponsor your thing. We will pay you like $4,000 for a video. And you go like, wow, I love $4,000 because, I like money and, $4,000 is not. And so you write them back and, I've written them back not because I actually thought that they were Coke, but because I wanted to see what the next part of the scam is. And they send you back a thing saying, we have all of the contract documents here in this zip file. And the password to the zip file is like, dumbass YouTuber, like, is the password or something. And so what they want you to do is open this zip file that is encrypted. And inside they have like contract.exe. And if you run contract.exe on your computer, you are about to get screwed. So, yeah. Yeah, the reason why they put a password on it, the reason why they encrypt it, is because otherwise, if they sent it to you unencrypted, then the email servers would note that would detect that there's a virus in it and would prevent it from arriving. And so I'm like, yeah, we're not doing that. So, yeah. More night vision videos do thermal liabilities. What sort of liabilities do you mean here? So yeah, I mean, you get all these scams. American here, what is a Z? Z is how Canadians say the letter that you would call Z. So we say Z in Canada. So yeah. All right. So yeah, I get a lot of those scams, and it is a whole thing. So it's also really funny when you like tell them like, hey, so I sent one back at one point, and I had somebody who was going like, hey, please like open this this Trojan. And so I'm looking at this Trojan and I'm going, well, this is clearly like a thing. So I sent back and I'm like, hey, your file won't open. And they're like, well, what do you mean it won't open? I'm like, it won't open. It won't run. And they're like, what do you mean it won't open? It won't run? Like, why won't it run? And I said, well, I'm using a Commodore 64. Which, of course, I'm not using a Commodore 64. But I told them that I was using a Commodore 64. And they're like, what? And I'm like, do you have a version that works on my Commodore 64? And they're like, no, you need to actually use a real computer. And I'm like, but I don't want to. Like, I want to continue using my Commodore 64. And they're like, no, yeah. So anyway, they sent it back like something, and it was clear that they were really upset that I was like apparently too stupid to. They're like, you are too stupid to scam. I'm like, oh, I know exactly what's going on here. And it was making them super angry and super upset. Okay, so that said, let's move on and have a look at some of the stuff in this case. So there's some really weird stuff going on, and we'll have a look. So one of the first things we'll look at here is I got to do a different. Got to stop the screen. Got to share a different screen. Here we go. So, oh, they're reviving the Commodore 64. I kind of want a Commodore 64 because I grew up playing a Commodore 64. If I can buy like a new machine that'll run Digger, that would be amazing. And Save New York, those were classic games. Those would be awesome. So maybe at some point in November, I've got to do my 24-hour live stream. And maybe I'll play some Save New York and some Digger and so forth. Somebody says, you mean Dig Dug? No, I do not mean Dig Dug. I mean Digger. I believe Dig Dug and Digger are different games. Yeah, Dig Dug is a very different, or it looks like it's a different game. Yeah, Dig Dug is a different game. Let me just try to... Digger was a game that had a very distinctive soundtrack. It was either Hot Popcorn or the William Tell Overture. And Digger is you have to move this little diggy guy around to collect gems, and you have to collect all of the gems in a level to win. And there's these little enemies that follow you, and they can follow you through your tunnels. But if they end up combining, then they can start going through the ground, against you. It's a weird game. All right. So now that I've attention deficited a whole bunch, let's do this. All right. So this is from the emails here, and they note Morrissey says, this is something we're going to have to pay out of forfeiture. I know it's going to get expensive. So let's talk about what they mean by forfeiture. Oh, and I forgot to get through all the super chats. I clearly suck. All right, let's get through the super chats. My summer drink of choice is vodka with limeade and a splash of sodas. That sounds amazing. Jamie says, just because. Thank you so much. Akasha says, thank you for the gifted membership. Much appreciated. Brentwood Chic says, lemon. Dr. Vez from Quebec, finally catching a live. I have the worst semester in front of me, thinking about March instead of November. Let's try to book it, though, because that would be good. Equality, yay, 33 months. I have nothing witty to say. Fair enough. White Queen, damn, I need to explore this island some more. Looking for Sasquatches. AG, I start speed building next week in CR school. Awesome. Gwendolyn SS, that's court reporter school. Thanks for dating tips. I'm too picky for anyone to qualify. Fair enough. Sharon T, love your channel, Ian. Thank you so much. Jackie Lindy, food for thought. If you have to keep your assets separate, maybe you're not married to the right person. You're not wrong there, although me and Mrs. Runkle have like separate bank accounts, but we have separate bank accounts just because we're like way too lazy to, we're like way too lazy to like redo our accounts. And so we just sort of divided up the bills, and we just like, if Mrs. Runkle is like, hey, can you send me some money for this? It's like, okay, sure. And yeah, it's so it's not like we're guarding our accounts from each other. It's just that we just are too lazy to actually do the separate accounts thing. So yeah. Also, I never want Mrs. Runkle to feel like she's tied to me because of money. So I want to make sure she's got like her own, her own like get out fund if she has to, right? So, and yeah, plus if I died or something or whatever else, she would be able to, she'd have money to survive while she got everything sorted. It's just not a bad idea. Kate 007, in the United States, workers are paid below minimum wage because the Waltons believe their employees should use food stamps, etc. Is it the same here? Canada, you tend to have minimum wage. I mean, I am somewhat, what do you call it? Somewhat a little like, socialist in the view that I think that if a company is paying its employees so poorly that they are collecting minimum or collecting food stamps, that the cost of the food stamps should come out of the company. Like the government should say, hey, your employees are needing to collect welfare and food stamps, so you pay them. Like you pay for that, because that's ridiculous. Meme Express, wasn't expecting Sasquatch to be the civil court side of Ace Attorney case, but it's nice to see what goes on while Phoenix works on the criminal one. Fair. Lawn Lumber. Is it Sasquatches or Sasquatchy? I think it's just Sasquatch. Like one Sasquatch, two Sasquatch, three Sasquatch. Yeah. Kimchi, Justice for Bob, feelings on carnivorous plants. So long as they're not big enough to eat me, they're kind of cool. Music to my soul. I'm joining y'all from the ER where I've been waiting in pain forever. So you're responsible for distracting me from that. No pressure, Ian. I don't know if you caught, I mean, it's deleted because I purged my Twitter just automatically, but I don't know if you caught my last ER adventure, because my last ER adventure was pretty exciting. And there was like a guy sitting there like contemplating if he should be like stabbing us and so forth. And I was like, this is lovely. Like, this is wonderful. Like, yay. So yeah, that it was a lovely lovely stay there. So yeah. Isaiah says, I love Digger. I never played the original game, but I played a Linux clone. One of the other things is that some of the clones actually take out some of the functionality, because the old Commodore 64 had an interesting feature on it, which is that there were two control sets. Control set for player one is the up, down, left, right arrow keys. The control set for player two for the keyboard had to use the tilde, 1, 2, and tab as their controls. So one, like tilde and 2 were the left and right, and 1 and tab were the up and down. But the thing is that because of how the keyboards worked back then, if you put in like multiple keys, it would start throwing weird errors. And sometimes you could use those weird errors to like get weird beneficial effects in the game. So like in Save New York, if you knew how to do it and you did it the right way, you could turn into a flying cube instead of a plane and like fly around and zap things in this weird way. So my friend used to always take the up, down, left, right. That was Joseph Lunderville, a friend of mine who now works doing computer gaming, like computer stuff. And I used to take the weird keyboards, or the weird keyboard setup, and I took the weird keyboard setup intentionally because it would let me sometimes do weird stuff, right? That would be, yeah. So the real Melon Lord says, the police arrested my kid cousin recently. He wasn't going for his nap, so they charged him with resisting arrest. Solid. June S., thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. And the same from Lawn Lumber. Hey, Rob, how you doing? Good to see you. Isaiah says, woot. And Radio Man S3 says, there's no Sasquatch, not after the forest fires. We're going to get to the forest fires as well. So let's pull this up here, and we'll do another swoop. Swoop, swoop, swoop. What's a good swoop here? This one. All right. So they say, this is something we're going to have to pay out of forfeiture. I know it's going to be expensive. Now, you might be saying, what does it mean to pay something out of forfeiture? Well, civil asset forfeiture is a whole big thing. And it's a very controversial thing, because what happens with civil asset forfeiture? Civil asset forfeiture is, I see, just like people love animals. Thank you for covering the Sasquatch story first. I have to shut down so my wife can try to sleep. This hospital is great. They let me stay with her all night. I hope everything's going well, and I hope she has a good night's sleep. So have a good night, and yeah. So civil forfeiture is basically like, let's say you're driving along and the police stop you. And let's say the police say, they search your car for whatever reason, and they find that you have $10,000 in cash. And so they go, why do you have $10,000 in cash? And you say, well, I'm going to a vehicle auction and I have $10,000 in cash because I want to buy a car, and and they say, no, we don't think that this is money for buying a car. We think this is money for drugs. We think this is drug money. And so then they take your money. And then you have to prove, like at a balance of probabilities, you have to prove that you earned that money legitimately. You have to actually go and challenge them, or else they get to keep your money. And there have been some really fucked up cases around this, because, for instance, you will see things like, often there is a revenue split, and the revenue split may be the prosecutors splitting the money with the police. And so you will see things like the police in a case that was reported on by Stephen Colbert, where the police bought a daiquiri machine out of funds from civil asset forfeiture. There was a case where they wanted to expand a park. And the problem is that they wanted to expand this park to a guy's property. And this guy was grandfathered in because he owned the property before they wanted to set up this park. And they were like, hey, so they tried to pursue expropriation proceedings to take his property. And the government said, and the court said, no, you don't get to do that. You don't get to take his land. And the guy was actually pretty chill. He said, listen, I'm willing to leave you this land in my will, right? He said, I am old. I'm like 80. I am willing to just leave you this land. You can have the land, but I want to live out the rest of my life here because I'm an 80-year-old dude. And, I don't want to move. I've got this property. It's a lovely property. It's in the middle of a park. It is, and this is just where I want to retire. And they said, well, okay, so we can't claim this. Sucks. And then they said, hey, they sent an email and they said, hey, we want to try to explore civil forfeiture against this guy. And they specifically said, can you see if he's doing a crime so that we can do civil forfeiture? Oh, it might have been John Oliver. Yeah, fair enough. So they said, see if we can find him doing a crime so that we can use civil forfeiture to take his land. And so they flew a plane over his property, and they went to have a look if he was committing any crimes. And they said, nope, we don't see shit. There doesn't appear to be anything he was doing. And and then they came back and they said, are you sure though? Like, are you sure you can't find this guy committing a crime? We really, really want this land. So they went back and they flew a plane over it again. And this time they said, we see this guy is growing marijuana, and that he's growing marijuana on lines on his property, that he's got like lines run between trees, and, that he is growing weed in these pots. And so then they went in and they're like, great, we're going to raid this guy, and under civil asset forfeiture, we're going to keep his land. And they went and they raided his property, and they kicked in his door, and he came down to hear what the kerfuffle was about people kicking in his door, and he came down the stairs with a shotgun in his hands. So they shot the shit out of him, and he died. They killed him. Like, straight up died. Now, here's the thing. They didn't find a single marijuana plant on his property. They didn't find anything. And they also discovered that the tree canopy was such that there's so many leaves and so forth above this guy's land that it would have been impossible to see anything on the ground or anything like on lines. And so basically they just decided that they wanted this guy's land. They raided him and they straight up killed him. And so civil asset forfeiture has been basically compared to highway robbery. This has been like all sorts of things. This is nuts, right? This is all sorts of circumstances. There have been situations where they have made arrangements with banks such that when somebody withdraws too much cash, that the bank called the police and let them know, hey, we just had a guy who withdrew $50,000 in cash. And then the police would pull over that vehicle and take their money and say, you shouldn't have this actual cash. So, like, civil asset forfeiture gets incredibly fucked up. But what do they do with the money? Some of the money goes to the police and some of the money goes to the prosecutors. And so when they're saying, hey, we're going to have to pay this out of forfeiture, they're talking about paying this out of the funds of money they've taken in this kind of way. Now, I should note, not all of the money taken from civil asset forfeiture is taken from, good people who are just getting, getting tagged like this. Some of this, like civil asset forfeiture, the idea for civil asset forfeiture is to use it to target like drug dealers and so forth, right? And so the idea is that if you've got some guy who is like driving around with like a Lamborghini, and his job on paper is that he works at McDonald's, but like the guy has a Lamborghini, and you find that he's got like, you've got clear evidence of this guy with, engaged in drug trafficking. Then they're like, we know this Lamborghini was obtained by drug trafficking. We want to keep it, right? So that's the idea behind it. But the problem is it's been so poorly policed and so poorly managed that it ends up being used against people who are both wrongdoers and also people who are innocents. Right? And it's It's meant to go after Pablo Escobar if he kept his stuff in America. Yeah, 100%. That's what it's intended for. The problem is that it ends up being, abused, right? So they're saying they're going to pay for it out of forfeiture because they say, I know it's going to be expensive. And this is the Aperture bill, or one of the Aperture bills. And this Aperture bill is going to piss you off because, quantity, 5.2 at 300 each. That's going to be 5.2 hours at $300 an hour, right? Initial consultation fee and file setup. I'm guessing this will be a flat fee at $350. Read and review and summarize all new file materials, finish parsing all footage, organized witness testimony videos. 6.5 hours at $300 an hour. And that's Todd Rocher, who I'm guessing is some sort of assistant or, whatever. But then it goes to Judson Welcher's rate. And Judd Welcher's rate, you can see they've got 3.2. Judd Welcher's rate is $750 an hour. So he was getting paid $750 an hour to paint himself blue. He was getting paid $750 to get to paint himself blue. Travel, load gear, travel to airport, flight to Boston. Him flying to Boston, he booked the flight time, 4 hours at $750 an hour. I can just say in law, most places that I've seen will book half rates for travel. But yeah, he books his full rate for travel. So yeah. So net amount, $44,510.62. Total invoice amount. So amount due, $44,510.62. Leica 3D scanner fee scan 2 vehicles during inspection and scene. More travel, $750. But it gets to some other interesting things here. Project expense. Billable sweater, $32.35 for a sweater. Remember how he dressed up as John O'Keefe? Well, he dressed up as John O'Keefe, and John O'Keefe's sweater was apparently $32.35 because John O'Keefe seems to be a fairly simple guy, a fairly straightforward. Billable jeans. Jeans are expensive, $106.62. Shirt, $41. Shoes, $75.43. Hat, $25.31. But that's not the thing that'll really piss you off. This is the one that should just be like, what the actual fuck? Billable briefs. Billable briefs at $23.84. Did they, when they were playing dress up, did they buy the same underwear as John O'Keefe was wearing? Did they buy the same underwear that he was wearing? Because that is a whole level of cosplay that I just do not have. Like, I'm sorry, do you think that the underwear played a significant role in the physics here? Like, do you think that was a do you think that this would have gone down differently if the underwear was wrong? Or did you just feel like dressing up like John O'Keefe because you're creepy? Like, I kind of feel like this is just because you're creepy. And because you're super, super creepy in here. Like, that is insanely creepy. Insanely creepy. I also just want to note that we've got something else that we can look at here. And that's this collision reconstruction report. Primary investigating officer, Trooper Michael Proctor. Okay, we knew that. Reconstructionist assigned, Trooper Joseph W. Paul, 3683. Trooper Joseph W. Paul. Now, if you remember Trooper Paul was the guy at the first trial who got up and was an absolute moron. And I'm sure he continues to be a moron to this day. He's just not doing it on the stand right now. Trooper Paul is like, he was the guy who's like, when he was asked if they did a pirouette, he was like, yes, that's just what happened. So, also, remember how Buchanan was like, well, we don't really have a primary officer. We were co-officers on this. Well, you know what I see here? I see primary investigating officer Michael Proctor. You know whose name I don't see on this? Bukkake. I don't see Bukkake's name on this. I don't. So when they're saying, when he testified under oath as to like who was the lead investigator, doesn't this document basically say that he was a lying sack of crap? Because, yeah. So how does Judd the Chud do reconstruction on women? By the bra and fishnets, the spike heels, same lip stain? I mean, I'm sure he has those things, but not for reconstruction purposes. So, yeah. All right. So, now I just want to note here, let's look at this at the top. Cause determination. Operator human, driving behavior, failure to yield. Secondary cause determination, driving behavior intentional. Secondary cause number 2, impairment alcohol. It looks like their primary thing was just that they said, oh, this is an accident. And then secondarily, they said, or it could have been intentional. Elf Wiggins, good night. I think I may have scared Elf Wiggins off with the discussion of Welcher's clothing habits. Okay. So, carrying on here. So, investigation on Saturday, January 29th, 2022. I should embiggen this a little bit. There we go. A single vehicle collision involving a pedestrian occurred in the area of 34 Fairview Road in the town of Canton. On January 29th at approximately 14:30 hours, I was assigned to reconstruct this collision by Sergeant Brian Mahoney. I arrived at the Canton Police Department on February 1st at approximately 10:45. I'm guessing that nobody else was available because literally anybody else would that. Jackie Lindy says, Ian, I'm trans. Please don't compare Bukkake to us, cross-dressers or drag artists. It was Welcher, to be fair. We're good people. He ain't. That is fair. That is fair. That's a reasonable one there. Rob says, 750 per hour is more than any expert I've ever paid in my career. And that includes forensic psychiatrists with multiple PhDs in the DC metro marketplace. Only corporations and governments can get these rates. I can also say I have also seen what is it? I've seen and I've paid higher rates. The higher rates I have paid the highest I've paid to an expert was I think it was 3,000 an hour Canadian. And what is it? The the reason why it was that much was because it was a computer expert, and the computer expert was let's just say he was worth it, right? That the guy was absolutely worth it. And this was a trial where the police expert basically said there's only one person in the world who knows this software better than I do. And he named the guy. And then that was my expert. That was like, that was just one of those moments where it was like, yeah. There's only one guy in the world who knows this software better than I do. And then, what do you call it? That was, what do you call it? And then I was like, can you check my expert's report? He's like, I've read your report. And I'm like, no, just the name. Just the name. So, yeah. Yeah, Lisa, I take your point, and yeah, I shouldn't have made the comment. I get it. So I take your point entirely. All right. So Kim, I saw your comment about checking the PayPal, and you're right. We can count the goal as met because we got to do this. Yeah, YouTube taking 30% after Apple takes 30%. So I need to figure out a better way to get PayPal and buy me a coffee and those kinds of things to pull up, because otherwise I got to check it out. All right. So let's have a look here. So back to the whole thing here. Oh, right. I was going to pour myself a rum. So the rum I've got is the maple aged rum. Now I should note, Mrs. Runkle tried the rum, and Mrs. Runkle didn't like it. And the reason why Mrs. Runkle didn't like it is because she's like, it still tastes woody. And I'm like, but it's supposed to. It's aged in like maple casks, not like, she thought it was going to be like maple syrupy kind of thing, like a maple syrup flavor. And I'm like, no, it's going to taste like maple wood. And she's like, oh, well, that I didn't want that. And I was like, well, that's fine. So yeah. So somebody said they want to see the bottle. So just rum. And yeah, it's got the little so yeah, the maple. So I was talking to the guy who makes this from Just a Distillery Incorporated came out to the meetup in Vancouver, and he brought this out, and he was noting that nobody really does maple aging. And the reason why is because maple is fairly porous, so they lose a lot of alcohol doing this, which is losing money. But it's got a lovely flavor to it. I tried it, and the maple flavor is actually really pleasant. And the problem is that this stuff comes from Oregon, and I don't know when I'll be able to get more, because I'm going to finish this off. And yeah, it's going to be good. I like the stuff. So the wrong species of maple can also be rather toxic. Fair. Ah, shit. I just realized I forgot to do a thing today. I forgot to do a thing, and I meant to do a thing. I forgot to call. There's a clay place in Edmonton, and I wanted to call the clay place, and the clay place. What is it? The clay. I want to get like non-toxic clay, in order to what do you call it? I want to try to make Beggar's Chicken. And Beggar's Chicken is made with, what is it? Yes, and we did hit the goal, so I'll end the goal, and then I'll start a new goal. Let's see, how do I end this goal? Where's the end goal button? There we go. So Beggar's Chicken is made with like a chicken wrapped in lotus leaves, wrapped in clay. And so, yes, Plainsman Clay, I think, is the company. And so I want to get some, what do you call it? I want to get some of that and make myself a Beggar's Chicken. And yeah, I meant to call them, and I didn't do that, and then I'm now annoyed at me. So I'm annoyed at myself. So weather condition at the time of the crash was light snow, 29 to 39. Roadway was wet. Lighting condition was nighttime with overhead mounted lights in the area. All right. So here's the road. Now, I'm just going to say this road, this is the road that they say that going up and down this road was measured as like going up and down stairs. And I'm just going to say, this is a real flat road, right? This is not a road that looks to me like stairs for elevation gain. So, okay, we got that. Now, drone image. So here's the drone image. I think we saw this at the trial. Now, roadway evidence. We heard a lot about the roadway evidence. We can skip over a lot of the roadway evidence because this thing is 45 pages, and we don't want to go through 45 pages one after another. So vehicle inspection. So here's the vehicle exterior, and here we've got the broken taillight image. All right. Now they say glass not associated with a part of the vehicle and possibly from a cup or bottle was located along the top right side of the rear bumper. Well, what we find out now is that that glass was matched to nothing except some road glass from the scene. All right. So he does some checks. Wipers off, sound system factory. Mileage. 12,665 miles. This car is basically brand new, right? This car is basically brand freaking new, right? So when you're wondering why does Karen want her car back, well, she wants her car back because this thing is practically like right off the factory floor, right? She basically just got to like, yeah. All right. Let's see. They say that the vehicle was able to decelerate and so forth. So vehicle is just fine, basically. Lexus safety system data retrieval. So they pull the data retrieval out and can be accessed through a software application called Toyota TechStream. TechStream is a diagnostic tool that was created by Toyota for their technicians to view and analyze onboard vehicle data, browse relevant service documents, and reprogram vehicles. All right, so here we've got the key cycles and all of that. This is not sort of the most interesting part of it. Pedestrian data. Pedestrian blank. Why did they redact this? Why did they redact out John O'Keefe's name in a case where we know that it's John O'Keefe, right? Why do they redact this out? Like, this is crazy to me. Was transported to Good Samaritan Hospital where he succumbed to his injuries. He was wearing a light-colored sweater and jeans at the time of the collision. Why aren't you listing what kind of underwear he's wearing, Mr. Paul? Like, Trooper Paul, why are you not listing his underwear? Because we know that the underwear has got to be super important because, like, Welcher matched the underwear. So, why aren't you listing what his underwear was? Like, we need to know this, Trooper Paul. Yeah, I am, of course, being being a bit shitty here because, of course, his underwear doesn't freaking matter, right? I spoke to Trooper Proctor about the injuries that O'Keefe had sustained. He appeared to have lacerations along his right hand and forearm. He also had a contusion along the right side of his head as well as his left side. The injuries to his left side appeared to have caused swelling of the brain. It is possible he was hit by the right rear corner, passenger side of the Lexus, based on the limited damage to the rear of the Lexus, and then made secondary impact with the ground, causing the head injury. Boss move. Please return SUV plus 1,367.84 for taillight broken in transport storage. Only laughing a little, I promise. I'm laughing a lot at that. That's funny. So, kinematics analysis. The physical evidence collected at the scene and vehicle inspection indicates the pedestrian's post-collision dynamics are considered a forward projection. Forward projection is when the pedestrian is struck with the principal impact forces above the center of gravity height. The body's upper torso is rapidly accelerated in the direction of the vehicle impact, thereby projecting the body ahead of the vehicle. The body then falls to the roadway and scuffs to final rest. Injuries from direct vehicle contact and injuries from the roadway are usually on opposite sides of the body. And you see here, they've got a little diagram that shows a frontal impact as opposed to a rear one. So the pedestrian in this collision may not have assumed a significant portion of the speed of the striking vehicle due to the pedestrian striking the right rear corner. He was projected forward and to the side as in a sideswipe manner and not in line with center mass. So there's his theories. Visibility analysis. So they conducted the visibility analysis at 1300 hours in the daytime when it was cloudy. And so not during a snowstorm and, whatever else. So camera and sensors, and they note that there's a rear view camera. Okay. Now they note a trooper was placed behind the Lexus. I like how they describe this. A trooper was placed behind the Lexus like they're a bag of garbage. And to be fair, a lot of the troopers in this case are bags of garbage. But, yeah. We then placed a dummy behind the Lexus. We backed the vehicle towards the dummy. As I got closer to the dummy, the backup sensor set off an audible alarm inside the vehicle. As the Lexus got closer, the alarm beeped faster. The dashboard and infotainment system screen also had visual warnings that appeared as the vehicle became closer to the dummy. Based on these tests, the cameras and backup sensors appeared to be working properly and were clean of any debris. Now, I just kind of wonder here. I'm like, hey, wouldn't these things be recorded in the tech stream data about all of these things? Does this not put something into the tech stream about an alert here? So basically they say you could have seen this pedestrian. It's not that, it's not that this was through, whatever else. Now, I wonder about snow, right? Because what happens if those sensors are covered in snow and ice? I don't know. They didn't test it. And it doesn't much matter because it's not like it wasn't a vehicle impact. But I just like, this test is stupid even if you assume that it was. So, yeah. Ian won Best Law Prof for teaching future lawyers how to call cops sacks of shit to the court. Don't call them that in court. Law number, my clients would save a lot of cash if they had sensors that chimed as they approach the dummy. And that is funny because Rob does family law. All right. Witness statements. There's not a whole lot of witnesses. So, conclusions, they say, throughout this investigation, it was determined to be a collision involving a single vehicle and a pedestrian, the primary cause being the Lexus operator, and this would be Karen Reed, but they have it redacted out, had accelerated the vehicle at a high rate and struck the pedestrian along the roadway. She then left the injured pedestrian at the scene without providing any type of medical assistance. If all of the backup safety systems in this vehicle was either covered by snow or defective in any manner, an attentive and reasonable operator would not have backed the vehicle up. An attentive and reasonable operator would have made sure they could see what is behind them, e.g., clean the cameras, sensors, and mirrors of any materials that would impede their operation before they proceed to travel in reverse. I mean, I'm just going to say, I don't think that that is actually what people do. Right? People back up without wiping those cameras all the time. So, the operator in this collision knew the pedestrian had exited her vehicle. An attentive and reasonable operator would not have backed the vehicle up at such a high rate with knowing the possibility of a pedestrian in the area and the snowy road conditions. Now, you'll note here, Trooper Paul's theory does not seem to say that this is intentional, right? This does not seem to say that it was intentional. It seems to say that it was carelessness or recklessness. So Trooper Paul's theory appears to be very different than the theory that they presented at trial. So, surveillance video analysis. They've got some other things there. Chevy's location, right garage. This is different vehicle there. Backing out of the garage towards the direction of the rear of the Chevy, the snow appears to not be disturbed. And you'll note here that Trooper Paul's analysis says the Lexus strikes the right or left rear to middle with its right rear. The snow on the Chevy does not move during this interaction. There was a slight movement of the Chevy. You remember how at trial they tried to suggest that there was no collision between the Lexus and the Chevy? You remember that, where they tried to say that there was no collision between the Lexus and the Chevy, and therefore that there couldn't have been any sort of... and they actually had to show, like, repeatedly on the video, like, do you not see the Chevy move when it gets hit? So, but Trooper Paul's reconstruction said that it was there. So why was their theory that that it never impacted? Because clearly Trooper Paul knew that it was impacted. And good night, Lisa. Sorry about my comments earlier. I get it. Yeah. So they say the Chevy does not appear to have any damage to it, and the snow is still attached to the vehicle. There are no visible pieces of taillight at the scene. Throughout this investigation, there were no taillight pieces recovered from the driveway. Okay. Vehicle inspection. Chevy Traverse. This is the Chevy Traverse. And they're doing measurements. They're taking pictures of the measurements. And yeah, there's the taillight housing removed. So the Lexus's right rear taillight was not attached at the time of the inspection. And So this is basically where they're saying, listen, we don't think it would have impacted because they're saying that they think the heights are wrong, right? So they say the vehicles in this manner shows the areas where these vehicles would contact each other. So basically they're saying, look, this bump sticking out here would impact this bump. You know what the thing is about bumpers, though? You know what the thing about bumpers? The thing about bumpers is that they're actually really flexible, right? When you impact a bumper, they bend a lot. So, yeah. The other thing about when a bumper bends is that when the bumper bends, that force gets transmitted throughout it gets transmitted and relayed, right? If you bend this plastic, it pushes force upwards. So, yeah. They're basically saying it couldn't have impacted that way. Actually, I think Trooper Paul did a better job than Welcher did on this one. And, yeah. All right, so skipping along a little bit, there's a lot of, they say there's a 2.5-inch gap. Side note, this moron is not using the tape measure properly. He's not using the tape measure properly. You know why I can tell that? Because you can see a gap here. That tape measure should be slid in. It's not. Yeah. All right, brushing of the dirt. So skipping on a little bit. Now we get to this. Sergeant Yuri Buchanan was placed in that orientation, in that location. Sergeant Buchanan and John O'Keefe are approximately 6'3". Sergeant Buchanan was holding a cup in his right hand and had his body oriented sideways with his right side facing the Lexus. The damage to the Lexus and the injuries to John O'Keefe lined up with this orientation and is most likely the way O'Keefe was standing at the time of the collision. Now, how can this be a good, how can this be a good test if Buchanan isn't wearing the right underwear? Right? Buchanan's not wearing the shirt. He's not wearing the right pants. He's not wearing the right shoes. And I'm sure he's not wearing the right underwear here. Right? He's clearly doesn't seem to be wearing the right underwear here. Now, you see figure 43, body orientation. Does that look like a natural pose here? Does that, yeah. Glass contact, hand contact. Now, all of this is just a theory, right? This is just a pure theory of all of this without any sort of, they got nothing to it. Now, if you're saying, doesn't this look familiar? This looks like exactly the same test that Judd Welcher was doing. And, yeah. But here you've got Buchanan leaning in. Like, Buchanan is leaning forward. He's in this awkward position. And it makes no sense. The other thing is that if you got hit like this, if you got hit in this body orientation and they applied that much force to you, your arm is going to snap over, but you're not going to go far, right? You're not going to go all that. So none of this to me makes any sense. And so you saw at trial, you saw during the trial that one of the things that Alessi was trying to ask was he was trying to say, hey, look, where did you get the idea to do this particular sort of style? Where did you get the idea to do this kind of testing? And Hank got up and he was like, objection, no, right? Hanks is like, objection, you don't get to ask that. And of course, Judge Cannone said, right, we're going to shut this down. You don't get to ask that. Because what the defense wanted to get in, isn't this just Trooper Paul's analysis? Aren't you just being paid a hojillion dollars? Like a hojillion dollars to basically take Trooper Paul's work and make it look better. Like take Trooper Paul's work and have it said by a guy who appears to like actually have some education and will be able to answer questions like, are you familiar with the concept of math? Right? Whereas Trooper Paul was not really able to back up things like, are you familiar with the concept of math? And that really seems to be what they're doing here, right? Is to just say like, yeah, we're just looking over this. I also just want to say here, there is a lot in these emails, and we're not going to go over each moment in the emails, but there's a lot of emails here where Morrissey sends to various people, and all there is in these emails is just like, all they're doing is they're just sending back, how do I put it? Like, just like news links. They're just saying like, here is a news link that that discusses some case in our jurisdiction. It seems very clear that that this was a group, or this office appears to be very, very concerned about their image and about their about how they're being portrayed. So we can see, like, here's an example here from Michael Morrissey to Helen Rafferty, PDF, and the PDF is an article about the case, right? And the thing is that if you are, and this article mentions Turtle Boy, right? The article mentions, Carney. It seems very, very clear that Morrissey was extremely concerned about, about these things. Let's see, we've got from Michael Morrissey, witness harassment for hire, the dark side of hashtag true crime on YouTube. They're paying attention to YouTube stuff. Yeah. It's bizarre. Oh, and he also complains, this is kind of funny, from Michael Morrissey, fake Domino's delivery to Chief Kennedy, to the police chief. This is a copy of the picture of the receipt I took last night. Also, the security system of the house captured the Domino's guy delivering the food at about 10 o'clock. I can assure you that I didn't order the food. Well, first of all, I don't know that I necessarily believe you. You seem like a food ordering kind of guy. And second of all, like they're sending pictures of the food delivery guy. Um, like, do they? Dude, you got pranked. You got pranked with some like low end prank. Like, I I've had people order pizza to my house as a prank. And you know what the funniest thing was? They ordered pizza to my house and they sent it as, now here was the pizza. They sent double anchovy pizza plus like double anchovies and olives and mushrooms. And I was like, I will eat that. They sent me two like double anchovies, and I love anchovies. So they wanted to piss me off by sending me a pizza that they're like, nobody would want to eat this pizza. And I'm like, I want to eat this pizza. And I was like, all right. And the best part is that when they got there, I was like, I didn't order this. And they're like, yeah, we kind of thought that might be the case because who orders two anchovies? I'm like, I'll eat it though. And the pizza place wouldn't take my money because I was like, I will pay you for this pizza. Like, you guys made a pizza, you brought it to me. I will pay you for this pizza. And they're like, did you order it though? And I'm like, no. But I'll pay for it. And they're like, well, we don't want to make you pay for a pizza you didn't order. So I was like, so pizza delivery dude, here have like $20 as a tip. Like, okay. I'm getting a $20, like I'm getting a pizza. I'll give the guy $20, and it was good pizza. Somebody says, surprised they didn't take payment from the people who ordered it before they delivered. This was in the olden days when pizza was mostly you paid cash at the door. So this was in the olden days. And I was like, I will totally take this pizza. And they're like, yeah, okay, we don't want it. Because the pizza place didn't want it because they had, what is it? Because it had, anchovies on it. And they're like, yeah. Also, a lot of this email thing is like this, where it's just pages and pages of redaction stuff. So there's a whole bunch of that. I have not yet gone through the emails in their completion because there's 4,000 pages. And some of them, like a lot of these pages, are about stuff that is completely irrelevant to anything. And so a lot of the stuff is, about, what do you call it? A lot of the stuff, like there's a whole thing about like a sexual harassment thing for the previous chief. There's a whole bunch of stuff about like completely different court cases. There's a whole bunch of stuff that's just like about office management. So a bunch of the stuff is just like generic like office stuff. So Morrissey asks one of his supervisors to remind him when like International Donut Day is showing up. He's like, can you remind me when it's Donut Day? And the thing is, it's funny because it's Morrissey and we want to sort of mock Morrissey for liking donuts. But what I suspect he was just doing is he was going to do I suspect that was actually him being a decent boss. and just being like, hey, it's going to be donut day and I'm going to bring in a ton of donuts for everybody. Because, I mean, that just seems like a thing, right? Just, yeah. It's its own thing. So I will go through this. I don't know how much of it is actually juicy versus not. I don't know how much of it, is, and I suspect that the best parts of it are stuff that is redacted. And unfortunately, they did the redaction correctly. It doesn't seem like you can just, unredact it. But like, there's a bunch of stuff about like, other missing persons cases. I kind of feel like they may have over disclosed, and that they may have over disclosed in the, over disclosed in, what do you call it? In order to like bury anything that's interesting. So, oh, nice. The pizza delivery guy would show up on Friday nights at the comic book store and sell leftover and extra pizzas for $5 to the D&D players. That sounds awesome. I totally, yeah. Let's see. He asks not to be investigated. I thought this was kind of interesting. So, dear Mr. Morrissey, the Office of Professional Responsibility received your May 18th letter requesting that OPR investigate the decision by the United States Attorney's Office for the District of Massachusetts to subpoena individuals who are witnesses in your pending state prosecution, Commonwealth versus Reed, to testify before the grand jury in an ongoing federal investigation. You stated that the USAO's investigation is possibly an abusive exercise of power and likely based only on defendant Karen Reed's specious claims of witness and police misconduct. In addition to an investigation of the USAO's investigative decision, you requested that the OPR transfer the USAO's pending investigation to another office without a history of conflict, bias, and abuse of prosecutorial discretion. And they said, OPR, what is it? OPR has jurisdiction to investigate allegations of misconduct involving Department of Justice attorneys that relate to the exercise of their authority to investigate, litigate, or provide legal advice, as well as allegations of misconduct by law enforcement personnel that are related to allegations of attorney misconduct within the jurisdiction of OPR. However, it is the policy of this office to refrain from investigating such issues or allegations if an active investigation is ongoing or litigation is pending. With regard to your request that another office be assigned to the pending grand jury investigation, a matter outside of OPR's jurisdiction, OPR forwarded your complaint to the Executive Office for United States Attorneys for whatever action it deems appropriate. So, thank you for advising OPR of your concerns. So basically a nice PFO. Got here late and just had to say I don't believe you were old enough to have played on a Commodore 64. I played the hell out of a Commodore 64. So let me just look up when the Commodore 64 was out, because I don't know if I was just using antiquated technology. Commodore 64 introduced in 1982 when I was 2 years old. I can tell you when I played the Commodore 64. I played the Commodore 64 substantially as a kid. And the reason why I was playing the Commodore 64 is because that is what my elementary school had. And my elementary school had Commodore 64s because there was this was at a time when computers were not really a big thing. But one of my, one of the teachers basically was of the view that computers were going to be the big thing, that Commodore 64s were going to be, or that computers were going to be a big, huge deal. So he made sure the school bought some Commodore 64s. And so a bunch of the classrooms had one Commodore 64 in them. Not like, I didn't see like a room to teach you typing or something until I got to high school. but they had like one Commodore 64. And so you would like book time on the Commodore 64. However, this teacher also thought that it was really important, really important that people should like get familiar with computers and so forth. So they set up a system where you could like borrow a Commodore 64 for over the summer. And so for several summers, I borrowed a Commodore 64 and played the hell out of the limited games we had on it at home. And that was kind of like, I fell in love with computer gaming as a result. And I insisted that my parents buy me a computer because of that. And the computer that my parents bought me, my first computer was an Atari ST. So that was the computer I had as a kid. And eventually we moved up to an IBM copy, but I started out on the Atari ST. Or at least that's what I had at home. And I mean, I played all sorts of games. I played King's Quest 3. I played the heck out of it, and I was super frustrated because my copy of King's Quest 3 had a bug. And I don't know how many of you have played King's Quest 3, but way back in the day, Atari made computers? They did. Way back in the day, if you remember King's Quest 3, the plot is basically you are trying to escape an evil wizard and get back to your parents. There is a point in King's Quest 3 where you book passage with some pirates. And on my copy of King's Quest 3, the game crashed and died when you took the pirate ship ride. And that was close to the end. That was close to the end of the games. That was close to the end of King's Quest 3. So I did not complete King's Quest 3 for like 20 years. Because later, as an adult, I got the King's Quest collection and was like, I'm going to finish this shit. And it was just as satisfying as you would think. So, yeah. I am going to be doing like a 24-hour live stream to raise money for Extra Life sometime in November. I was planning on doing it November 8th. However, at November 8th, I am probably going to be out of the country for reasons I can't disclose yet. I cannot properly tell you the reasons yet. Asterisk. But maybe I can play through some of the old like King's Quest and so forth when I do it and do like the 24-hour gaming thing. So yeah. And just some of the other fun stuff. No, this is not what you're thinking, Laura Leanne. It's other stuff. It's a good thing. I just can't tell you what it is because it hasn't been announced yet. And so once it's announced, I can do a proper announcement. But you're going on Dancing with the Stars. No. It's not Rob's marriage. It's a cool thing. I just can't actually say what it is yet. So, yeah. No, it's not Rob. It's another thing. So I was going to do the Extra Life live stream like as a 24-hour thing on the 8th. But instead, I am going to do, what is it? I'm going to do it on probably, I'm just trying to pull it up. So November 8th is the Saturday. I'll probably end up doing it like the 15th, just like the week after. And so last year we raised $100,000. I'm not coming to Indonesia. I'm going to be in Utah. So I'm going to be in Utah. Oh man, this would be amazing. He's going on an all expenses paid trip to get trained at Terran Tactical. I would love to, like, absolute dream to do that. I do not have the money to do it. I am going to Vegas first, and then I'm going to Utah. So, yeah. And what do you call it? Is Mrs. Runkle coming with you? Probably not. Will I come to the Congo? Maybe one day. But what is it? Yeah, that's kind of the thing there. So yeah, I will do the I will do like the 24-hour live stream. I just don't know when it is or when it'll be. Am I going to meet Brandon Sanderson? Who is Brandon Sanderson? I don't know when the Gundies is. I don't know when any of that is. I got to figure all that out. It's not Corey Richens. Hit me up if you want to meet the Dead Air Silencer boys. Maybe. Author. Oh, what is Brandon Sanderson? Is that the guy who was an asshole to me? Or is that somebody different? Let's see. What does he do? What are his books? Books. No, different guy. Different guy. I'm just trying to figure out what is it? There's an author I met who, and I met him because he wasn't my, he wasn't like my favorite. He wasn't my favorite author, but Mrs. Runkle wanted to meet an author, and so she went to a book signing, and so while I was there, his new book involved this thing about, as a sort of plot point, it was discussing, what do you call it, the Turing test. And I was pointing out that the Turing test was not actually, I was talking to Mrs. Runkle, and I was pointing out that the Turing test was not actually a good test for what they were using it for. And anyway, the author caught wind of what I was saying. And so the author decided to call me out at this thing and be like, hey, basically he was like, fuck you, buddy. And I'm like, I wasn't even talking to you, asshole. And second of all, I was right. The Turing test. So the plot line of this book, and I did end up reading the book. It was actually kind of a shit book. But anyway, where in Utah? Salt Lake City. So the plot line of this book is that they've found a way to make digital copies of people. And and they were pointing out that these digital copies were able to pass a Turing test. And I'm like, the Turing test isn't a good thing to determine if you've made a copy of a person. And I pointed out that, like, the Turing test is actually kind of insensitive. It's a low-level test, right? The Turing test, and to see how low-level the Turing test is, like, a lot of computers that we have now can pass the Turing test if you limit the Turing test sufficiently. Like, if you like, are you playing poker against an actual person, or are you playing poker against a whatever? ChatGPT can pass the Turing test, but ChatGPT is not smart. So yeah, anyway, this guy got really offended and he was trying to embarrass me in a room full of people, and I'm like, dude, I don't even care. You're just an asshole. Like, that's all you're doing. So yeah. What is it? And I just see some other things. Yeah, you've got to have some thicker skin than that if you're going to publish, right? Yeah. Yeah, Sanderson. I see people saying that Sanderson finished the Wheel of Time thing. I can tell you, he's got an advantage over me because I have not finished the Wheel of Time. I tried to read the Wheel of Time, but the Wheel of Time bored the crap out of me. I did not actually think the Wheel of Time was a good set of books. I will admit that I actually thought the Wheel of Time kind of sucked. And there's also a substantial part of the Wheel of Time when you're like, oh, this is like Robert Jordan's Thinly Concealed Fetish, because holy crap, Robert Jordan like did some fetish insert stuff, and I was like, ooh, yeah, that is straight. That is just straight. You're typing this shit one-handed, man. So yeah, yeah, and I just hated the characters in Wheel of Time. I was just like, if all of these people died, I'd be okay with it. Not so much the polygamy, it was the bondage lesbian island. Now, it's not fair to call it bondage lesbian island. It really isn't fair. And the reason why is because canonically, Bondage Lesbian Island is more of a peninsula. But, I mean, holy crap. I was like, yeah, it is a peninsula. So I was like, dude, you need to not have your hand down your pants when you are writing this, because I know way too much about what. Yeah, so yeah, it's a whole thing there. I see somebody saying, wait, what did I just jump into? Yeah. All right. Let's talk about wildfires. Let's talk about wildfires. So, Nova Scotia and now like New Brunswick have now issued bans on going into the forest because of wildfire alerts. And a lot of people are seriously pissed off. And I'm going to say it is more complicated than people describe. So what happened? Well, Nova Scotia issued a ban, and the ban is under the oh wait, I got a swoop. I'm being told I got a swoop. We're gonna do this as a swoop.
Well, this dog made New York City. New York City.
And that was actually the wrong swoop because I misclicked. This is the one I wanted to click. Clip. There we go. Okay. So what's happened here is they basically said, we are banning everybody from going into the forest, and hiking trails have been cut off. Biking trails have been cut off. All of these things. Campgrounds are actually open at limited campgrounds, right? There are limited campgrounds that are open, but if you want to go for a hike, you're just not allowed. So, that is a whole thing. And the fines on this are pretty intensive. Now, there's a guy, Mr. Everly. He went down to, I mean, I will give this guy credit for serious brass stones. He went down to the the office that handles this, and he's like, "Hey, I'm not allowed to go in the forest, right?" And they're like, "That is correct." And he's like, "Okay, I'm gonna go in the forest." And they're like, you can't go in the forest." He's like, "I'm gonna go in the forest." And so he goes into the forest right in front of them, and he like stands there for like 5 minutes. He's like, yep. And he waves at them. He's like, "I am in the forest." And then he walks back out of the forest, walks into their office, and they issue him a fine for $25,000 plus victim fine surcharge plus a bunch of other things, which works out to like $28,000. And yeah, the what do you call it? So that's a fair chunk of change, right? 25 grand. And literally all this guy did was he walked into the forest and like stood there for like 2 minutes. Now, the reason why he's doing this is that he actually wants to challenge this in court, right? He specifically and intentionally is trying to fight this in court. So Mr. Everly is going to take it to court, and he's going to be like, this is some bullshit. Now, here is the thing. Right now, the forests are super dry. And the thing is that the forest ban isn't really for you. And it isn't really for me. It's for the, how do I describe them? It's for the morons out there. And the thing is that they ban everybody, moron and non-moron alike. And the reason why is that they know that, like, when they send people, like, if people are out walking in the forest, they know that, like, one person out there out of every 100 is going to go, well, I know that it's a really big fire issue, but I'm just going to have a little cigarette, and I'm just going to toss the cigarette. And so the whole fire ban is to keep everyone out, to make sure that they keep out the moron, right? Now, the problem is that this is kind of a stupid way to do it. Because most of the people are not morons, right? Most of the people are not idiots. The problem is that everybody thinks they're the not idiot, and 99 out of 100 of them are correct. And 1 in 100 is actually the idiot. So, yeah, and I see maybe they should do forest management. Absolutely, they should do forest management, but they have not been doing forest management. And so the forest is a giant disaster. So this is the typical government sort of solution. Now, a lot of people are saying that this is some, like, post-COVID plan and whatever else. The thing is that this is not new. This is not unusual. They've had the abilities to ban. They've had the ability to ban people from the forest for a good long time, right? They've had the ability to ban people from the forest for a lengthy period. And I can just note as well, Alberta, actually, like, this is from the Alberta page. That's the wrong thing. I'm just going to pull up the Alberta thing. Share screen. So Alberta has like their fire bans page. And here's the fire bans page. All right. So they have a different, this is the levels of fire ban that they've got. So the lowest level is fire advisory. And so fire advisory allows for safe wood campfires on public lands, safe wood fires in a designated campground, safe wood campfires on private land, backyard fire pits, charcoal briquettes, natural propane gas powered appliances, indoor wood fires, open flame oil devices. Basically everything is allowed under a fire advisory, but it just says basically the risk has gone up. So, be aware that the risk is a little higher. That's a fire advisory. And then the next level up, and this is in Alberta, is a fire restriction. And a fire restriction bans campfires on public lands, but it allows them on private land and in designated campgrounds. And then there's the next step up is a fire ban. This is what's actually applying to my land right now. My land is under a fire ban. And a fire ban suspends all fire permits, no campfires on private land, no campfires in backyard fire pits, no charcoal briquette barbecues. And then you can get this off-highway vehicle restriction, which bars you from using quads. Why do they ban you from using quads? Well, the reason why is because quads, grass gets caught up in them. And once the grass gets caught up in them, it heats up in the engine and then it can drop sparks and so forth. But the highest level is a forest closure. And a forest closure is enacted when the fire danger has reached such extreme levels that portions of the forest are closed and no access is permitted for public safety reasons. So that is already a thing. And then Rob is saying, good night, folks. Don't forget that tipping your criminal defense elf will keep away badness, or so I've heard. Good night, Rob, and thank you so much. So, but they can actually ban that, right? Now, I'm just trying to pull up on Canley as well. The, what is it? So, Fire Act, I think it was called in Nova Scotia. Fire Safety Act. Here we go. So, let me just pull that up here. There is... No, this is the wrong one. This is, I'm looking at the... the Fire Safety Act, or is it the Forests Act? All right. I'm trying to find the right document here just for which one allows them to shut down the... here we go. It's the Forests Act. I thought it was the Fire Safety Act, and it is the Forests Act. So here we go. Fire proclamation. Notwithstanding any other provision of the act, the minister may, whenever the minister deems it necessary for the protection of woods, by proclamation, prohibit the setting of open fires for any purpose in any part or parts of the province. But then they can also put in a restricted travel zone. Whenever deemed necessary for the protection of the woods, the minister may at any time by proclamation set aside for any period of time a restricted travel zone in any area of the woods upon which no person shall enter for the purpose of traveling, camping, fishing, or picnicking, or any other purpose without a travel permit. A travel permit may be issued by the minister, a conservation officer, or other person authorized by the minister. Subsections 1 and 2 do not apply to the owner or occupier of woods or the servants, agents, or assigns thereof, conservation officers, surveyors, and any other person designated from time to time by order of the minister, and a forest travel permit may be canceled or suspended at any time by the minister. So what does this mean? It means if you own your own forest, like if you own part of the forest, then you are actually allowed to go out into the forest still. You can't do it in, you can't actually do it in public forests. So what does this mean? It means that you run into the problem of like, well, people who are wealthier get to get to still do stuff, and people who are not as wealthy are SOL. And I'm just going to note here as well. What is it? This is from the Alberta. Oh, wait. No, this is Nova Scotia still. Why am I on Nova Scotia? I want the Alberta one. Like, why is this not working? All right. Yeah, the Alberta one actually has some even crazier stuff. What do you call it? What is it? This one's fun. Alberta rules go even crazier. Alberta rules go even crazier. This is from the Alberta rules. Conscription for firefighting. Conscription for firefighting. A forest officer or a fire guardian may require any able-bodied adult person not exempted by regulations to assist in fighting a fire. A forest officer or fire guardian may commandeer and authorize payment for the possession or use of any equipment for the purpose of fighting a fire. So, you could just be driving along. You could just be doing what you're doing, and they can be like, you are now a forest fire, forest fire firefighter. And you might be like, wait, what? Because that's actually dangerous work, right? That's actually work that, you could potentially die doing. And they can be like, you're up. You are conscripted. And I could tell you, I would be like, nah, bro. Like, we are not doing that. You can find me, because we're absolutely not doing that. But the law says that they can actually force you into conscription for that. The law also says, and this is funny because they actually have to pay you if they use your equipment, but they can seize your equipment. And so they can actually go and be like, hey, you've got that backhoe. You've got a backhoe. We are just, we're taking your backhoe. That's ours now. We're going to use it. And, we're just, we're going to, we're just taking it. And you're like, but I need it. I need it for backhoe stuff. And they're like, yeah, about that. No, we're using that for our stuff. Like that is not your, that's not something you get to decide. And you're like, but why though? So yeah, they get to decide all sorts of things. These laws are a little bit crazy. They are a little bit wild. They are a little bit, all sorts of things. But, that is the thing. So, I mean, I I think some of the discussion of this is quite frankly, I think some of the discussion of this is quite frankly a little bit overwrought. And what I mean by that is that you get people who are like, this is a conspiracy to make people, to keep people out of the woods for reasons. And I mean, no, it's not like a conspiracy. The reason is because, and I've seen people be like, the WEF wants to keep people out of the forest because they want to, and it's like, no, it's not really that. It's that they, it's just that they're the government and they have a hammer and they've decided that your face looks a lot like a nail. So, the tool that they're using is like, we are just going to put blanket bans on this. And I mean, I absolutely believe that most of the people who want to go hiking are actually going to do so in a reasonable way, right? Like most of the people, if you're like, hey, there's a massive fire risk, will be like, okay, I can leave the stove behind. I can leave the, I won't even bring any matches. I won't bring any, I won't bring cigarettes. I won't any of that stuff. But every so often you're going to get an idiot. And there are, quite frankly, more idiots out there these days than there used to be. And I say this because I have, how do I put this? I have been seeing more and more videos of people who are I've seen people videos of people who are out there and they are, for example, like shooting guns into the air. And I've seen people who are out there doing all sorts of stupid shit, right? I've seen people who are like fishing in like ponds and so forth, right? The other thing is that there are some surprising things that can start fires. And so, as an example, I was drinking out of this earlier, right? Little glass. Leaving this glass out in a forest right now, if it was a super high risk of fire, would not be a good idea because this thing is like all lenses. This thing has a real potential to, possibly start a fire if you left it out there, right? So I hate like all sides of this, if that makes sense, because I hate that I know that there's the idiots and that the idiots should probably be kept out of, the idiots should probably be kept out of the forest. I don't know of a good test to differentiate the idiots from the not idiots. And I also kind of feel like, the government are also being idiots, right? So, I don't have a good answer to this. I'm very curious to see the court case because there is a planned court case over this. Like Mr. Everly is planning on fighting this. There's going to be a challenge. It's yeah. And I mean, at the end of the day, I've got land. I can go hang out on my land. So, yeah, I can't start a fire on my land. Like I'm not allowed to do that. But yeah. Would you rather run into a man, a bear, or an idiot in the woods? How well armed am I, and how well armed is the idiot? So, yeah. Now, I do see a what do you call it? what is it? I did see this. Kat says, but Ian Runkle, isn't it also true that a firefighter who started 30 fires only got 18 months probation, 200 community service, and no fines? And how is that fair or comparable? So that case is complicated because he never actually pled to arson. He didn't plead to arson. What he pled to was like failing to supervise failing to supervise a fire, lighting an unsafe fire, those kinds of things. And so he got a real he got a light thing, and I don't know why. I suspect it might have been that they had trouble actually proving the case, and that they ended up taking a plea deal based on we're not sure if we'll be able to prove this. I just don't know, right? Now the other thing is that when you see circumstances of when you see the stats about how many fires are human caused, one thing that's important to note about that is that it's very difficult to it's important to consider that there's basically two causes of fire that are registered. Cause number one for fires is lightning. And cause number two for fires is humans. And so if it's not lightning, they put it down as humans. And not every fire that is not caused by lightning is in fact caused by humans, because there is other things that start fires. But yeah, and this is the other thing. I worked for a camping equipment rental a few years back. The amount of people that think they can do the outdoors with no prior clue was outstanding. Burning tents, kind of outstanding. Yeah, this is the problem. If you ever want to lose faith in humanity, go to Go to a campground, one of the paid campgrounds, and just walk around and watch the shit people do. Because I can tell you the kind of stuff that they get up to is just absolutely astounding. So I watched a guy, and I ended up shouting at him to stop. So here's what he did. He pulled out a he pulled out a gas can, right? Gas can. He goes up and he pours gasoline on the fire that he's built. And the reason why he did that is because he was having some trouble getting this fire started, so he pours some gas on it. And then I see the guy, and he's got the gas can still open in his left hand as he pulls out his lighter, and I go, "Whoa, dude!" And he's like, "What?" And I'm like, "You can't do that." And he's like, "Why?" I'm like, "'Cause you're about to die." And he's like, "What do you mean?" I'm like, "You are holding the gas can." And he's like, "And?" I'm like, "You're gonna die." So I made him close up the gas can, put it 50 feet away, and then light his fire, which was still soaked in gasoline. Light his fire by lighting a ball of paper and throwing it from a distance, and it just went whoosh, like this giant flame thing. And I'm just like, this guy was gonna die, right? This guy was gonna And the thing is not only was this guy going to die, but this guy was going to die and he was going to set fire to the forest. And the whole, like, just no, right? Like, this guy was just, it was straight up, he was just going to die. So, Rob says civil asset forfeiture is a whole big scam. There, I fixed it for you. Government seizure of personal property without satisfying any standard to take your shit. Burden on you. Sorry. Yep. Michigan Farm Boy. I have very little issues with criminal asset forfeiture, but civil is used way too liberally. Steve Leto's channel, Leto's Law. Love Leto's Law. Has many stories about the abuse of civil asset forfeiture. Also, the Institute for Justice. Yes. Love Leto's Law. I've never actually talked to Steve Leto. I would love to one day, but I don't think he's a very social guy. Like, I don't think he interacts with the rest of, like, LawTube stuff. Cad Monkey FPV had to evaluate if a wedgie factored into the event. This was an old super chat. I'm covering super chats here now that we. So Jackie Lindy says, Ian, I'm trans. Please don't compare Bukaki to us. Cross-dressers or drag artists. We're good people. He ain't. That was fair. Juani MH for rum because Welcher is spicy. The rum isn't spicy, but it's got a really pleasant wood taste. Mispronounced name, driver not in Karen clothes, invalid experiment. Fair. KPT says, Ian, can you check your PayPal and call this goal met? We did that. Thank you, KPT. Equality, how much your forensic accountants get paid per hour? Asking for a friend. Varies depending on the accountant, but like 300 to 400 is not uncommon. Ohio Palm Mom, Massachusetts state and local police need real overhauls. You're not wrong. Venus Blue Trial Bunny. John O'Keefe was not wearing a light-colored sweater. Throw it all out. JP, what was the date of this report? Isn't it after the first trial? I'd have to check that, actually, now that you mention it. Kristen M96, when was Paul's work done? Was it a replica Lexus because there's a taillight? Not sure. Phoenix Paw, is Michael and Carrie Morrissey blood-related or just through morals? I actually like Carrie Morrissey a lot better than Michael Morrissey, but Becky says, replay crew tonight for me. Thank you so much. And then Q says, Runkle, I'm watching the stream at 2 times. Please share with the class your favorite gin martini. I like my sort of perfect, or not my perfect, but my go-to martini would be like either Tanqueray or Tanqueray 10 for the gin. And in, the standard martini glass, and with the, what do you call it? With like, as a dirty martini with, I sort of like a dirty martini that's like an olive salad kind of thing, right? Lots of olive juice, lots of olives, but that's kind of my perfect thing. And dirty gin martini that is like gin and vermouth, and I just go with the standard 1.5. So I don't go for like the super dry, whatever. I just like a good martini. The problem with the martini, though, is that a martini is great. They taste wonderful. They're awesome. But how do I put this? You can't have 3 of them, or at least I can't have 3 of them, because if I try to have 3 of them, I will end up on the floor. Now, I also like a gin and tonic, and for a gin and tonic, I like Hendrick's. Hendrick's is a really good gin for a gin and tonic. I'm just trying to think of what else I like. I like a Paper Plane. Paper Plane is an excellent drink. All sorts of stuff there. So let's get through. I've got a few more things. I need a latte. I live in Utah. I'm going to try to do a thing in Utah, but my time frame is going to be real tight. So I'm going to try to do a meetup in Utah. KPT says Caesar. Yes, I do love a Caesar, but Americans don't really know the magic of Caesars. Mrs. Squirrel, petition for Jungle Runkle, blowpipe, and blow an arrow. Blowpipes are actually illegal in Canada, believe it or not. Mildred Katie, if it's open, check the Mormon temple. It'll be open to the public before its rededication. I'll have to see. I don't know on the timing on that. So, has there ever been a province-wide forestry use ban in Canada? I don't know. This seems unprecedented. Also, New Brunswick is now stating the ban is because someone might break a leg and tie up needed resources. Well, that would be an improper use of it. That would be an improper use. So I see some people asking, what is a Caesar? A Caesar is vodka is the main alcohol, but it's mixed with clamato, which is tomato plus clam juice. And you rim the glass with celery salt. You add some lime. You add some, whatever. Yeah. Wait, you're Mormon? I'm not Mormon. I am not, but there are a fair number of them out here in Canada. I'm not personally Mormon. I just know a fair number of them. And I'd go check out the temple because I bet it's super impressive, right? I bet it's, pretty awesome. If you like a Bloody Mary, try a Caesar if you're ever in Canada because, I think that the Caesar is way better than the Bloody Mary. And somebody was asking, what is a paper plane? So a paper plane is Amaro Nonino, Aperol, bourbon, and lemon juice in equal quantities, put into a cocktail shaker and shaken with ice and, then into a glass. It's real easy to make. It's real simple. And they taste really good. The first three of them taste sort of like a lemon drop, and after that they taste like a lemon drop with a slight floor aftertaste. So yes. Have you ever had a michelada? Yes. I can never remember how it's properly pronounced, but they are good, and I do like them. So yeah. I don't live in Utah. I live in Canada, but I'm going to visit Utah. So, I will have to do that at some point. So, yeah, what else do I drink? So, the Moscow Mule? I like a London Mule, which is like a Moscow Mule mixed with what do you call it? With gin instead of vodka. No, and I see somebody saying, is it supposed to be foamy on top? No, they're not. Isn't Aperol illegal? No, Aperol is a very common thing here. So, I'm just. I'm like, it is 11 o'clock. I am running out of gas. I don't know why, but I've been low on gas lately. I've been low on oomph. Let's talk about the P320 before we go. Let's talk about that, and then we'll wind up. So, the P320 has an interesting detail, and one of the things. So the P320 is a handgun, and it has been alleged to be. Yeah, I'm still getting over my flu, and I do need a range day. I totally need a range day. So the P320 is a handgun that has been alleged to go off without trigger pulls, which would make it the most efficient handgun on the planet because, more bullets per trigger pull. But I caught word of So one of the things that has really kicked this story, one of the things that's really kicked this story open is that an airman died from a P320, which was actually an M18, but it's the same thing. And initially, the report is that the gun was put into a holster, set down on a surface, and that it went off with nobody pulling the trigger, nobody touching the trigger. That was the initial reports. But I caught word through a little birdie who I cannot disclose. So a little birdie told me, and this happened before the news came out, and they said, please don't, they're like, please don't reveal my name. And I was going to do a video on it, and then I was too late. So little birdie told me that there was going to be an arrest in this case. And little birdie told me that that the official story was maybe not the official story. And basically said that the guy who reported this incident may have been lying. And that this may have actually been a negligent handling case and not a gun going off case. So, what happened? Well, now there's been an arrest. And the arrest is basically, they conducted further investigation, and the arrest has stated, or the arrest is said that, a person has been charged with making a false official statement, obstruction of justice, and involuntary manslaughter. So, what does this mean? Well, it means that most likely, or at least the allegation here, is that instead of this gun being in a holster and put on a desk and going off all on its own, it seems like now the allegation is this guy might have been fucking around with a gun. Gun went off. Gun shoots dude. And then the surviving guy is like, well, it's a P320. It just goes off all on its own, all on its lonesome. And further investigation suggests that maybe the guy was actually fucking with the gun. And I mean, this is a hugely different thing because a whole bunch of organizations, it's a U.S. airman who died. A whole bunch of organizations have pulled the P320 from use on the basis of this airman dying. And so SIG is actually looking a little bit better right now when SIG says, and SIG is quoted in a thing saying, the P320 pistol is one of the safest, most advanced pistols in the world, meeting and exceeding all industry safety standards. Its design has been thoroughly tested and validated by the U.S. military and law enforcement agencies at the federal, state, and local levels. Now, here's the thing. This is not the only P320 to have, had an incident. So I'm planning to buy a P320, which I can do with my business license. And so what am I probably going to do? I'm probably going to fuck around with this P320. I'm probably going to fuck around with it in all sorts of dumb ways just to see if I can make it go off. Now, I'm probably going to do this in safe ways because I know there are safer versus less safe ways to fuck around with a gun. But, I mean, there will probably be video of me doing things like throwing this gun at a tree. And making, gun chucks. Except I can't actually do that. I don't have a manufacturing license. So, yeah, I mean, I will probably end up playing around with a P320 just to be like, all right. Now, you might be saying, what, like, isn't this wildly unsafe? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna like not just unload the thing and not just use like a primed case, but I'm going to what is it? I'm probably going to take the thing and like deprime the case and put in a like fake primer and just see if it'll get impacted, right? So it won't even be able to go off, but it will be able to, if it impacts, it'll like leave a mark. So that I'll play around with and just be like, can I make this go off? It's not going to actually go bang, but when I inspect the round, is there sign of a primer strike? So that's what we're going to do. So that's all, right? It'll just be like a killed primer. I will pull the projectile, I will pull the powder, I will kill the thing, and then I will then we'll just test it that way and just be like, does it leave a dent? And so there may be video of me doing things like, taking this thing and throwing it against a tree and like, bouncing it around and that kind of thing. And we'll just see, like, did we get a primer strike, right? Did we, did that actually happen? So I'm not even going to use a blank. And the reason why I'm not going to use a blank is because, like, if I make like gun chucks and I'm sitting there and I fire it off, well, a blank at like 3 feet is potentially lethal. I don't want to mess around with that, right? I want to make sure that it's absolutely 100% safe. So, yeah, we're just not going to mess with that. Now, what is it? Am I going for a Gundy nomination or something? Yes. Please feel free to nominate me for the Gundys. I recommend Voice of the 2A, and because it would be hilarious. Now, do we want to cover one more case before we wrap up? Do we want to cover one more case? I just what's the 2A? The Second Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. Let's see. I'm just trying to find this case. I'm like, where is this case? I'm just trying to find this. Oh, yay, swoop, please. All right. So let's just see. This was a I'm just pulling up the case here right now. We'll swoop in just a second. I should really, we should set another goal. What should I set as a goal? All right. The goal is, I'm going to do this as well. Marvin CZ, hello, I'm glad you're still up. I'm glad I'm not up at this hour, but this makes it palatable. Thank you so much. Mama Bear, any updates on Lauren the Mortician / TikTok Psychic? So I've never really been covering the TikTok Psychic. And I can say that that the Lauren the Mortician stuff is on hold, at least my coverage of it, until until and unless some other things are cleared up. So I do expect that there may be more coverage of it in future, but there isn't right now. So I will talk about that when I can. When I can. I also set a goal for Runkle will make a martini. And if I make a martini, I will make a martini that will be a proper martini. We'll see. I don't know if we'll succeed on it, but now I am going to do do I have olives for that martini? You bet I do. You bet I do. So, this is an interesting case because this case is basic, and I'm going to put out a video on this tomorrow. So if you're like, hey, I am way late and I just want to hear what Runkle is going to talk about, well, I'm going to put this up as a video tomorrow, and you can just check it out. KPT says, I got you. KPT, did you just send me a what do you call it? Did you just PayPal me? I will just have to check that. 1 second here. Yeah. KPT says, I don't type that fast. Okay, good. I'm going to cover this one tomorrow in a video on demand. So if you are like, hey, I don't want to, I don't want to, stay up, then you've got that option. But we'll talk about this as kind of a preview. So the issue here is what happens if a judge decides that they don't want to follow the law. And you might be saying, well, don't judges miss laws all the time? And the answer to that is yes. But this is not a mistake. This is a situation where a judge just straight up was like, nah, I'm not doing it. They knew what the law was, and they just said, I refuse. And so this has been called an affront to justice. It is, it's actually kind of crazy because the judge is just like, I get what the law is, but I refuse to impose it. So, yeah, this one is straight up bizarre. So let's have a look at it. What is this one? This is the case of the King and Leclerc. It's out of Ontario. So, and what are we at for the goals here? We are at 2 out of 10. Okay. I just want to make sure that if we hit the goal, I'm going to pause to go make myself a martini, and then I'll come back. So, reasons for judgment. On appeal from the judgment of Justice K. Jalali, dated March 25th, 2025. So, introduction. The respondent, Joseph Leclerc, pleaded guilty to impaired operation of a conveyance and drive while disqualified. So, what is a conveyance? A conveyance means a vehicle of some sort. It used to say impaired operation of a motor vehicle, but they changed it to conveyance. And what does conveyance mean? Well, conveyance is far broader. Conveyance covers boats. It covers airplanes. It covers trains. It covers cars. It covers trucks. It covers motorcycles. It covers all sorts of things. So conveyance is all sorts of crazy shit, right? Conveyance. It is actually illegal to be drunk and operating a train. Now, horses, I don't believe, are a conveyance. It's been a while since I actually had to check. I haven't had a horse case. So let me just pull up the definition of conveyance. So conveyance, where's that definition? Conveyance means a motor vehicle, a vessel, an aircraft, or railway equipment. So it would not include a horse unless the horse somehow has a motor, and but it could include it wouldn't include a bicycle. Bicycle would not be a conveyance. It would include an e-bike. It could include a riding lawnmower. It could include a tractor. It could include a bicycle that you modified to function on train tracks. So yeah. KPT says, Runkle, go make the martini. Did you send me? I'm just gonna check PayPal. I may have to pause for a second just to be like, hey, I owe a martini here, so we're gonna do that. I'm just checking PayPal just to be like, hey, we have hit the martini goal. So I'm gonna pause for just a second. And what about Heeley shoes? Heelys don't have a motor in them, I don't believe, but a motorized wheelchair would have a motor in it. So yeah, motor is a key element for most of that. But like train equipment, if you had one of those like old timey train carts that you like hand pull, that would be included. Which yeah, all right, let's feed the ducks. I'm just gonna go make myself a martini, and I'll be right back. It'll be real quick. Okay, that's enough ducks. All right, so I've got myself a martini here, made in haste, but to specifications. And ooh, that is good. It's been a while since I had a martini. So, all right, now that we are, martinied up, we can cover the case of the impaired driving file. Yeah, I get that that's a bad look. My bad. So the respondent, Joseph Leclerc, pleaded guilty to impaired operation of a conveyance and drive while disqualified. I think I just explained what a conveyance was. He had 4 prior convictions for impaired driving, so this is not his first time in front of the court for this specific issue. Not his first time. The Crown gave notice for application of increased penalty under Section 727 of the Criminal Code. So basically what this means is that the code says, hey, listen, if you want to get an increased penalty, you have to give them notice that you're going to be seeking the increased penalty. And the Crown is like, yeah, we're absolutely doing that. And I see this question. So my understanding, what Ian said correctly, the Canadian law is that if you are disabled and confined to a powered wheelchair, you're not allowed to drink. You're not allowed to drink to the point of where it would interfere with your ability to operate the wheelchair. And quite frankly, I would bring a charter challenge if I had a client who was in that situation. So I would absolutely bring a challenge there. All right. So Section 320.19 of the Criminal Code requires a minimum sentence of 120 days for a third or successive impaired driving offense. Now, Americans in the chat, for his third or successive impaired driving offense, there's a mandatory minimum of 120 days. 4 months. By American standards, that's basically nothing. So, and Miku's headphones says, so his third DUI, it's actually his 5th DUI. It's his 5th. So while Her Honor Justice Jalali knew and understood that she was required to impose a 4-month jail sentence, she chose not to do so. Instead, on March 25th, 2025, she imposed a 4-month conditional sentence. So the conditional sentence would be house arrest, right? The Crown appeals and asks that the 4-month jail sentence that was required by law be imposed. And what is that? Dude, make him walk. The thing is that he's pleading guilty to driving while disqualified. So he is actually banned from driving. Like, he was banned from driving entirely, and he's not allowed to drive, but he was still driving. So even though the law says you can't drive, sir, you are too much of a fuck up, he's like, I'm going to drive. And the court's like, shit. You got us. There's nothing we can do about that. So counsel for the respondent, so counsel for the accused, concedes that the conditional sentence was not permitted and that it must be set aside in a 4-month jail sentence imposed, i.e. the defense is like, yeah, that is what the law says, right? That is what the law says, and we got no argument there, right? The argument, or the law absolutely says it has to be that. So you might be saying, well, then what are they going to argue here, right? So, like, is it just that everybody goes home and we're like, all right, he's getting 4 months. Everybody goes home except this guy because he's going to jail. No, what they ask is that the jail sentence be stayed or that he not be required to serve it. And the reason why they're asking for a stay is they're like, listen, he already did his house arrest, right? He was required to do house arrest. He's done his house arrest. And so you should just call it even, right? He was required to do 4 months of house arrest. He did that. we good, right? And the thing is, there is past precedent for this, including from the Supreme Court. There is plenty of case law where they've said, like, there's plenty of case law where you get people who are sentenced to 3 years. And then later they get resentenced, and it's like, well, you should have done 4 years, but we're just going to call the 3 years you already did, we're going to call it even, right? We're just going to, on paper, your sentence will be the 4 years, but we're just going to call it even, right? That happens a fair bit. So the only dispute on this appeal is whether the respondent should be required to serve this mandatory minimum sentence now, or whether it is in the interest of justice that the sentence be stayed. So let's look at what happens. This guy goes into court and he says, I want to enter a guilty plea. And the justice says, listen, the Crown has been clear that it was going to file the notice of application for increased penalty because of your criminal record. Are you sure you want to do that? Right? Are you sure you want to do that? Right? And the justice says, once the Crown files the notice, the criminal code binds my hands, and I can't give you either an intermittent sentence or a conditional sentence where you can serve it in the community. So what is an intermittent sentence? Intermittent sentence means that you serve time and then you're out, and then you serve time and then you're out. Usually an intermittent sentence means weekends, right? And why would you sentence somebody to do weekends? Well, you sentence somebody to do weekends typically when it's like their first offense, or at least their first time getting jail, and they're like in a position where it is reasonable to try to make sure they keep their job. So let's say you've got a guy who has never committed an offense before, but he finds somebody who is like, we could pick an example of something that would get jail, but is still kind of sympathetic. I don't know. Like the guy, steals a car, but, whatever. And so the guy steals the car, and the court says, listen, you're going to get 60 days in jail, right? We're going to give you 60 days in jail. But we actually think it's better if you keep your, your job, right? We don't want to have you get fired because then you're probably going to steal more cars. So do the time on weekends. And so what happens is you end up going in, and after work on Friday, you check yourself in at the jail, and that's day 1. And then you stay on Saturday, day 2, and then you get let out in the evening on Friday, that's day 3. So you're serving your sentence 3 days at a time, and you still get to be out, and, and it wrecks your day, like it wrecks your weeks, because it sucks to be in jail for the weekends, right? But that's sort of how it's done. Now, a conditional sentence is, they can impose all sorts of things. Typically, for a conditional sentence order, it'll be house arrest, right? And often it's like stepped. So let's say you've got a guy who is sentenced to a conditional sentence order of 2 years, right? And so you might have it that the first year is full house arrest. And then after that, it might go down to, a curfew. So the first year is full house arrest. And then after that, it's just you have to be in your house during the evenings, right? So, yeah. The record is clear that it was the Crown's intention to seek the minimum sentence of 4 months jail. So he enters guilty pleas to the following things, and here are the facts supporting the plea. So here's what happened. On Friday, November 27th, 2020, The police received multiple calls in regards to an impaired driver in the area of Winston Churchill Boulevard and Argentia Road in the city of Mississauga. Police were advised that the driver was swerving southbound in the northbound lanes of Winston Churchill Boulevard in a purple Toyota RAV4 with only rims on the front passenger side. Sparks were being sent from the damaged wheel rim. The vehicle came to a halt. The driver fled the scene. So this guy is driving into traffic with one wheel completely blown out. Mr. Leclerc was subsequently located and identified as the driver. He was observed to be unsteady on his feet and was slurring his words. He advised that he had a fentanyl patch on his abdomen for back pain. Police formed an opinion that Mr. Leclerc was operating a conveyance while impaired by a drug, not alcohol, drug, contrary to the law, and police located in plain view a pink powdered substance inside a small baggie on the driver's seat of the vehicle. It was believed to be fentanyl, and testing later confirmed this to be the case. A blood sample demand was made. The respondent's blood contained 38 nanograms of fentanyl and 131 nanograms of etazolam. Etazolam. I don't know etazolam. Etazolam is a benzodiazepine. Okay. So, he tells the police, he's like, listen, I've got a fentanyl patch. That's why I'm driving badly. And the police are like, okay, but also what about this bonus fentanyl that you're doing? And so not only is he on the fentanyl patch that he's, but there's also the bonus fentanyl. And the bonus fentanyl is a bit of a problem, right? So, yeah. The vehicle that the respondent had been driving was his wife's. He had taken it without her consent and after she had hidden the key. So she's like, you can't drive, dude. And not only is she like, you can't drive, but she's hiding the keys to make sure he can't find them. And he's like, I found the key. Let's get hopped up on goofballs and go for a drive. And he was also banned from driving, right? He was also banned from driving because he's on a 2-year driving prohibition from his most recent impaired driving conviction. So the Crown says we want the 4 months. And ultimately, the sentencing hearing took place on March 25th, 2025. Although the Crown had indicated previously that it was filing the notice of application for increased penalty and had filed the notice at the time of the plea, Her Honor again inquired of the Crown its position in regards to filing the notice. Again, the Crown indicated it would be filing the notice. So when the judge is like inquiring about the Crown filing the notice, you can tell that the inquiring is like, Crown, are you sure you're going to file the notice? And the Crown is like, yes. And the judge is like, really though? Do you have to? And the Crown's like, yes. The judge is like, but I really don't want you to. And the Crown's like, I get that, but yes, we're filing the notice. And so, yeah. The judge goes on to ask one hell of a question. Mr. Jackson, what would you do if I sentenced the gentleman to 4 months conditional anyway? I know I can only do 4 months. 4 months jail. But what would you do if I said house arrest anyway? And the Crown responded, that is not permitted by statute. Like, you can't do that under the law. And the judge says, I know, but what if I do? And the Crown says, I will have to seek advice from my management. So, yeah. The Crown also filed some information from from Maplehurst Correctional Complex that indicated that due to his various health issues, because this guy's got a bunch of health issues, Mr. LeClaire would serve his time at Maplehurst in the infirmary as opposed to on the range. So he'll be going directly into the hospital, right? He's going to be in the prison hospital, not the not like Gen Pop, right? He would have a single cell, so he's going to be on his own. And there would be personal support workers available 24 hours a day to provide the necessary support and assistance for daily living as required. The Crown indicated that he anticipated that the imposition of sentence would be postponed for Mr. LeClaire's upcoming surgery, i.e., he's got surgery, so send him to jail after the surgery, right? Like, let him have his surgery and then he'll go to jail. Evidence about Mr. LeClaire's addictions was filed with the court. It makes clear that he'd been abstinent from drugs for more than 3 years. Well, since the sentencing, he had participated in 20 sessions of the addictions program offered by the Canadian Mental Health Association Simcoe County branch. In addition, the medical evidence stated that the respondent suffers from osteoporosis and had had a partial amputation of his right foot in 1977 because of a workplace injury. Related to the osteoporosis, he had a number of fragility fractures. He had also been diagnosed with PTSD, ADHD, and chronic pain. Now, I feel for him because I got 2 out of 3 on that, right? I got 2 out of 3 on his, I don't have the PTSD, but I got the ADHD and the chronic pain, right? While he had a history of opioid abuse, he was reported to have gained insight into this since the offense date. His doctor's view was that he was a great candidate for house arrest, as in jail he may spiral emotionally and physically. The Crown's position was that a fifth sentence was 4 months and sought as well the mandatory 3-year driving prohibition and 1 year of probation, with the requirement that he attend and actively participate in counseling as directed. So the judge imposed 4 months of house arrest with exceptions for court attendances. That's always in there. Meeting a supervisor, that's also always in there. Attending at medical appointments or for surgeries, that makes sense. And for 3 hours once a week to attend to the necessities of life. What does it mean for attend to the necessities of life? Well, that's like grocery shopping, right? Because, you got to go and you got to go shopping for groceries, right? So the court, when they put you on house arrest, they're like, you've got to be able to go, like, groceries, pharmacy, stuff like maybe even things like renew your vehicle registration, that kind of thing. And she imposed a term of probation for 2 years and a 3-year driving prohibition. So, the sentencing judge's errors. Everyone agrees that there was an error here. The Crown was entitled to file the notice of application for increased penalty. Indeed, in a case in which the offender had been convicted of impaired driving for a 5th time, it is hardly surprising that the Crown would have chosen to file the notice in this case. I observe that, as set out in the Crown's factum, the Crown Policy Manual, and it's Manuel with a EL instead of manual. And I'm like, do they have a guy named Manuel? No, this is a typo, but I'm still amused as hell by it because I'm a child. So yeah. Directs that absent exceptional circumstances, the prosecutor must file the notice of intention to seek increased penalty in all cases where, as here, unaccused has a previous conviction for drinking and driving within a 5-year period of the current offense date. Now, I mean, you could actually find that the Crown could have said, like, listen, we think there are exceptional circumstances here. This guy is, a physical messed up like physically this guy's a disaster, so we're going to find that, we have exceptional circumstances. They chose not to. That's in the discretion of the Crown, and there's not a lot that the judge can do it. So they say Justice Jalali's decision to impose a sentence that she knew was illegal reveals not only a clear error, but in addition, a willful violation of her judicial obligation to apply the laws of this country to the best of her ability. There was no constitutional challenge to the mandatory minimum sentence before Her Honor. This is the thing, is what should have happened here. The right way to do this is to say, like, listen, this should have been done as a constitutional challenge. They should have filed this and said that this would have been cruel and unusual punishment under the specific circumstances of this accused, right? Not that this sentence is bad for in general, but under this guy's specific circumstances, that this is, that this is cruel and unusual punishment. That could have been a process, right? So, yeah. But that isn't what happened. There was no constitutional challenge before the judge. The judge could have said, for instance, I'm going to appoint a lawyer to address this issue, right? Didn't happen as well. There was no legal basis upon which to refuse to impose the mandatory minimum sentence required by the criminal code in this case. Justice Jalali fully appreciated what the law required her to do and deliberately refused to apply the law. I view it as an affront to the administration of justice for a judge to choose to knowingly disregard the law and decline to follow the law that must be applied. The sentence Her Honor imposed must be sent aside, and a sentence of 4 months jail imposed. So, I'm just going to note here, my concern is that if a justice can undercut the sentence, then also a justice can overcut the sentence, right? So, like, let's say my client is facing a charge where the maximum is 6 months in jail, right? Can the judge say, I don't think 6 months is enough, I'm going to go 3 years? Right? Can the judge say that? Because if there's one, then there's the possibility of the other, right? That is kind of a critical thing, right? So I think it's actually a fairly substantial issue. What I would have done if I was the judge, is I would have said, listen, I'm appointing a lawyer to address the issue of whether this would be a violation of Section 12, cruel and unusual punishment, under the specific circumstances of this individual, because it appeared that it looks like he didn't have a lawyer, right? And so I would have said, like, listen, this guy needs to address the constitutional issue before we go forward, and he needs to have counsel for it. I'm appointing a lawyer. And then when the lawyer brings the constitutional challenge, I might have been inclined to say, yes, under this guy's specific circumstances, his specific health issues, that I find that he has that he needs a constitutional exception. And I don't think the Crown would be appealing if that was the case. I don't think that the Crown would be challenging it in that case. They'd just be like, this sucks, right? We took a loss and it is what it is, right? But here the judge actively said, basically, I know what the law is and I'm not doing it. And yeah. So what does the What is the accused asking for? The respondent agrees that the 4-month jail sentence must be imposed, but they're asking for a stay of the sentence so that basically he would just get that. Alternatively, they ask for credit for having served most of his conditional sentence, and they say the portion of time that remains should not be custodial. Hey, Runkle, I got a 5-year firearm prohibition. After it is up, do I need to reapply for my firearms license? Yes. You also need to retake the firearms safety course. So, yeah. So, what does the court do? Well, the court says, well, we got to consider this because this is actually not crazy. This is actually, the law says that this is something that can be done, right? The law says, listen, there are cases where you can stay a proceeding, but there are some additional factors. Now, the respondent, the accused here, or rather the convict, submits that there are a number of reasons why it is not in the interest of justice to incarcerate him now. He's demonstrated significant rehabilitation by overcoming addiction, thus obviating the need for specific deterrence, i.e., we don't need to keep this guy off the road anymore. General deterrence and denunciation can be accomplished without the need for him to be incarcerated, given the fact that the offenses are dated. He pleaded guilty. The evidence that incarceration would be more onerous for the respondent, given his medical conditions and age, and the fact that he served his conditional sentence without issue. So, in support of his position, the respondent has filed 2 letters of fresh evidence. In fact, there is little that is new since March 2025. It is new since the March 2025 sentencing in these documents. So he participated in the programming, and basically they say that the respondent has been stable and has not used street drugs for years. His medications have been stable and reduced. They say they don't need a residential treatment program because he seems to be doing all right. They also note that he's had some bad falls and fractures and that he needs precautions around transfers from bed to standing and would benefit from a cane or other walking aid. So, and they say there's nothing before me to suggest that the respondent's needs cannot be accommodated in custody. So, carrying on here a little bit, they also note this was an extremely serious offense. Impaired by fentanyl and well under a driving prohibition, he located his wife's hidden vehicle key and took her vehicle. He drove it the wrong way on a busy street at 8 p.m. with only the rim on the front passenger side, something that caused sparks to fly. The police received multiple calls about a swerving vehicle. This extremely dangerous conduct put members of the community, both other drivers and pedestrians, at significant risk of death or injury. They say there's a lot of issues with this kind of behavior in the area. And basically what they say is that this was an extremely lenient sentence. They say, like, the Crown asking for 4 months is actually doing this guy a real solid. Right? Minimum sentence that was legally available. And they note that this is also the minimum sentence for a 3rd offense. But it's not his 3rd offense. It's not his 4th offense. It's his 5th. Crown was doing him a solid. It was the 5th time he was caught putting innocent members of the community at risk. And he was under a driving prohibition. They say in all the circumstances, the sentence sought by the Crown in both March 2025 and on appeal is quite low. So, what does the court eventually do? Court says, while I understand why the respondent asked not to go to jail, I've concluded that 120 days of jail is necessary and appropriate in all the circumstances. Accordingly, the Crown appeal is allowed. The sentence imposed by Justice Jalali is set aside, A sentence of 120 days jail is imposed, and in all other respects, the sentence imposed below remains. The respondent will have 48 hours from the release of this decision to surrender into custody at Maplehurst to serve his sentence. So this guy gets 4 months in jail, and the court says, yep, you got 2 days to turn yourself in and do your 4 months in jail. I'm mixed on this one. I can tell you, if I was the appeals court, I probably would have stayed the sentence. I probably would have stayed the sentence. I probably would have said, okay, on paper you got to get the 4 months, but you already did most of the house arrest. We're going to call that even. Whew. Martinis are good, and I haven't had one in a while. And ooh, that was good. That was tasty. I'm not going to have another one because I will get messed up, but they taste good. No, I mean, I actually think that this is a very difficult case. And I feel like it is kind of unfair that this guy ends up serving his house arrest and then goes on to serve, like, you know, it's like he serves his house arrest, and then after that, he still has to do, like, the jail time. So it ends up being that the judge's mistake results in him doing more time than he would have otherwise, right? Because, but for the judge's mistake, he would have just done the 4 months jail and not 4 months jail plus 4 months house arrest. So I don't know. I think it's an interesting case overall. I think this one's a little fascinating in that regard. And somebody says, does he have a lawyer now? Yes, he did have a lawyer now. Ines Gavrin was his lawyer on the appeal. So it's tough. Now, this is a good question. What's going to happen to the judge? I don't know. Now, I suspect that there's going to be a complaint filed against the judge, and the judge is going to have to go to the Judicial Review Board. And the Judicial Review Board will be like, hey, does this judge need to not be a judge anymore? And, you know, they may decide. They may say, hey, listen, this judge cannot be a judge anymore. And Shay Les says, how would you feel about this if he caused a head-on accident because of this? The thing is that if he caused a head-on accident, he'd be getting sentenced differently. And that is, that's kind of the thing there, right? We do sentence people based on outcomes, right? If I go and, like, fire a crossbow out my door, that would be illegal. But if I fire my crossbow out the door and it hits somebody, I'm going to face a much more serious sentence, right? So, yeah. Did the judge face any consequences? This decision dropped just recently, right? This decision came out like less than a month ago. And so whether this justice faces consequences is something we will see soon, but not yet. So, yeah, this one I'm torn on. Like, this one, I'm like, I agree that the appeals court had to say, listen, we're imposing 4 months, right? 100% I agree with that. The question then is, does, should he serve the extra time? And I can see it both ways on this one, right? I can really see it both ways. Honestly, I do think this guy's kind of lucky because I can tell you what would happen if this happened in Alberta, because I know exactly what Alberta would do. Alberta would be like, we are resentencing this. We're going to give this guy credit for 4 months, but we're also resentencing him to 2 years. And so he gets to turn himself in for a year and 8 months, is probably what Alberta would have done. Runkle, you would have reported him if you were on the road. I would have. Yep, 100%. And I have reported people who have been impaired drivers on the road. So, yeah. All right, let's cover super chats here. Martini, a reminder to look for Uncle Val's Gin when you're in Utah. I'll have a look. Jet J, cheers. Thank you so much. Boomer says for the Dirty Martini Fund and YouTube's 30%. Thank you. Big Dog 5758. Baker Force is over here. Happy to be here. Glad you're here. All right. I thought criminal law was all the same in Canada. Provinces have different cultures. And so you do get different cultures in terms of, like, BC tends to be really light on sentencing. Ontario tends to be really heavy on bail. Yeah, it's a whole thing. But it is now almost midnight where I am. So let's wrap this up. I'm going to go to bed. I am feeling worn out. I'm still not right from my flu. It takes me a while to recover. We're gonna try to get that. I'm gonna try to get some additional recovery in. My doctor prescribed me with some sleeping meds, which are actually antipsychotics, and I can't stand them. They knock me out for an entire day, so I don't take them. And then the doctor's like, why aren't you taking your medication? I'm like, because it knocks me out for the entire day. And yeah, I somebody says weird dreams. No, it's not weird dreams. It's that I end up like halfway asleep for the entire day. Can I take half? That is with half. I might try taking a quarter. And the doctor's like, you should take them sooner. So I might try, it's quietapine is the, so I might try taking like a quarter of the pill and take it at like 8 p.m. and see if that helps. But I suspect it's going to knock me out. Yeah, I'm going to take some, what do you call it? What is it? Melatonin and try to sleep. And if my back is really killing me, I might take some CBD. But yeah. All right. The quietapine, just I don't like it. It's way too much of a. It's like getting hit with a hammer. So I'll probably take some lighter stuff. My back is killing me though, and so yeah. Anyway, I will see you guys next week, and there's going to be a video on the Leclerc case coming out tomorrow. You guys may have already seen it, but watch it anyway, because we'll we'll see it there. So, all right, good night, all.